Honorable members, I think we should start. I'm told that we have almost 7 members now that have been able to log in. It's myself, Honorable Mackenzie, I can see. Is it Honorable Mtembu? I see Alice as a guest. No, he's an honorable member.
Yes.
He's not a guest. He's an honorable member. So, Honorable Mtembu, I see there. I see that Honorable Majosi is also here. Honorable Kubeka. Am I seeing it correctly? That, yeah, Honorable Pambo is also not a guest, but an honorable member. So if we can just make the corrections in the system so that the record is also proper.
Honorable Gumbu as well, Chairperson.
Honorable Kumbo. Yes, also is not a guest, but a member. Right, so. And finally, we have Honorable Van Dam.
Good evening.
Evening.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Laka sosakraka.
So we are fine. We now can proceed.
Okay.
You see, we're starting because you guys are here. Otherwise, I know where you're going. I know where you're going. No, we have not started. We are starting.
Okay.
No, don't do that. That would be fun.
Timothy is complaining about my lights.
Yes. Okay. Honorable members, our guests and South Africans joining us in different platforms. Good evening. This is the meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Communications. Just to clarify so that we know that for 6 o'clock to around 7, would be looking at adoption of reports by the committee, and then from 7 to 9, envisage that we will then move into a subcommittee mandated to deal with the appointment process of the MDDA. So that will be the interviews process from 7 up until 9. But at this point in time, it is the Portfolio Committee to adopt the budget votes as we're dealing with strategic plans and APPs. As I said, once again, good evening. We have 2 reports in the main which were circulated to members, and that's a report from GCIS as well as the report from DT department. We'll then look at each one by one. I take it that, honorable members, in the way we have operated is such that we take it that members would have had an opportunity to go through the reports. That includes Honorable Van Dam, who are still struggling to have her reports this morning. I saw that she didn't, probably she was quite busy celebrating level 3 coming in for the weekend and forgot to read the documents. but I do know finally she would have received the documents. So I take it that members would have had an opportunity to read the documents. We have also afforded an opportunity through the support staff that the matters of language can be addressed in the back office by members making submissions on grammatical and all that, so that our meeting can then look at the content that we are sending to Parliament on behalf of the committee. So we'll have the GCIS, as I said, flighted, and we'll then go through that. But the particular focus, if members agree, would really be on the observations, as well as looking at all those recommendations as to whether they reflect what we would want to put before Parliament on both reports. In that way, we'll be able to maximize the time that's allocated to us and then be able to get to the other committee. Do we have a sense of agreement on that? That will really not be going on a page by page trying to read the report in the presentation, but we'll spend a bit of time in looking at each of the observations and recommendations per department. If that is agreed, we can then be able to proceed. Are members comfortable with that? Okay. Yes, Honorable Sondam.
There's a gentleman there lying in bed. Can you please respect us?
No, not with me. I know that from the peak you may see that
not
side.
You,
No, I see the ICT support. At least he hears you that he's supposed to be a back office. so
not in his bedroom.
So Rizan, please make sure that you are just in the back office. So
I'll do my best, honorable member.
So all right. No, in that score, we would then ask, is it you, Hajira, who's going to share the report?
Yes, Chairperson, I'll share it now.
Okay. Please do that.
Sorry, Chairperson, it's IT here. Sorry to disturb. I'm requesting that we are broadcasting this if members can frame themselves up properly. Honorable Bourget looks like it's in a hole, and then when they look at home, that's better. And Honorable Kupega, Honorable Van Dam, you are perfect. Thanks.
I understand that. Okay, Miss Poche, I understand you to be the MDDA CEO. Am I right? Yeah, so yes, I'm just saying, so that you are not noted as the honorable member here.
Yes, I'm not. I'm not. I'm not.
Okay. So with that having been clarified, we can then have the document shared so that we can go through the document. Ajira, can you share the document?
Is it not on?
No, your screen is not on.
Sorry, Chair, excuse me, can you all see and hear me?
Yes, Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you.
Yes, we only don't see what you were having before this meeting.
Load
but
shedding.
it's you, we can see you.
Thank you, Chair.
All right. Yeah, we can see it now.
Okay, brilliant, Chair. You can just guide me, Chair.
Yes, honorable members, as I said, unless there is an issue we'd want to raise in the body of the report, I do know that members, amongst them Honorable Mackenzie, would have already forwarded whatever corrections on the body of the report as it relates to grammatical errors and so on. That is why I'm saying if there's really not much to raise on the body of the report. We can be able to look at the observations and recommendations.
Chair, if I could just make a suggestion,
Yes.
just to be clear that we go page by page, so that if there's a specific page a member would like to make input on, then we stop there and we talk, just
Yes.
so that we're all on the same page. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, now we can do that. I thought that there was acceptance on the first suggestion that we will focus on observations and recommendations. But if members think we should start page 1. Move then. Page 2. Page 3. And on page 4. Page 5. On page 6. Page 7. Move to page 8. Page 9. On 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. On page 15, you move very fast, right? 15, page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Yeah, I can stop there, right? That's on observations and recommendations. Okay. On 1 there, 9.1 on observations.
Chairperson?
Yes. Honorable Van Dam, is that you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I would like a recommendation included there about which we discussed at the meeting with the GCIS about that a lot of print media is struggling at the moment. We know that a number of magazines have had to shut down, and those are jobs. So if we can include there that the form of government can provide, you know, they can't provide monetary compensation to media houses, but what we can include is that government advertising must be given to print media, and then also to community media. So if we can just include a recommendation there, saying that maybe in the observation that we note that a big media house had to shut down, and we're very concerned about the job losses, and government must provide support in terms of advertising.
Yeah, may I just check with honorable members? I do remember that point being raised in the questions and discussions when we're dealing with GCIS. So if we can just have that noted, I'm sure you'll then put it back before we close the meeting so that we are sure that it's put back there. That's fine, Honorable Van Dam.
And just also, sorry, Chairperson, about better support to community media.
Yeah, we can move Hajra.
Chair, I'm sorry, Chairperson. If I can just add to what Honourable Van Dam was saying. Honourable Van Dam talked about print media. I think there's a lot of community media and broadcasting as well that also needs government support. So let's not restrict it just to one medium, please. Thank you, Chair.
Good. Okay, can go up, Hajra.
Up or down, Chair?
No, I'm saying just
Down to the recommendation.
Down to recommendations. Sorry. Okay, so we are done with observations. On the recommendations, Honourable Mackenzie. Honourable Mackenzie.
Is your microphone on?
Sorry. Yeah, no, it is now.
Your mic.
Yeah, sorry about that. 9.2.3 must engage National Treasurer. That should be National Treasury.
Yes.
Treasury. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, whilst we noted that as in the observations, I take it that will then form our V2 in terms of support to community media, both print and broadcast. I'm saying the point raised earlier on, that we noted that's an observation, but we still have to put it in the recommendation so that it's not lost in the process, and there can be feedback on what's being done. Because in the report we were given a sense that a number of community radio stations have been participating. So it will be important to know the spread in the provinces as well as how they are supported. I think that will also answer what has been in the public domain now, where it's been a question more to MDDA on how they are supporting community radio stations during this COVID-19 period. If that's agreed, that's the report. Do I get an indication from members that this report gets to be adopted? Of course, with the additions we've made, both on the observations and on the recommendations. But we need to formalize that, right? Honourable Van Dam, is your hand up?
Oh, sorry, Chair, we're going to formalize that at the end.
Yeah. No, all I'm saying is that when we are done with this report, at least we should formalize that part so that we get to the report on DCDT, because we also need to adopt that budget vote as a separate one. I saw you, Honourable Machozi, you wanted to speak before?
Yes, thank you, Chairperson, and good evening to all honourable members and the staff. No, I just wanted to say I move for the adoption on the observations and recommendations. I think they have captured everything that we spoke about in all the presentations. Thank you, Chair.
Chair?
Yes, Honourable Van Dam, Honourable Kubeka, I see Honourable Mackenzie.
Thanks, Chair. With that, those will be added. We would like to reserve comment. It still needs to be discussed with our caucus. So can you just please note that?
Okay. Honourable Kubeka? Unmute your mic.
Okay. Is it unmute? Thank you, Chair. Yes, I was saying I'm supporting those recommendations and observations as Comrade Majosi is presenting to say he's moving for the proposal.
Yeah, I know that may probably a comrade in the IFP, but it's an honorable member here. Right? Honorable
Yes.
Majosi, that's not that Honorable Kubeka actually supports, but that takes into account the amendments we've made on the
yes, with those amendments
yes.
and recommendations.
Honorable Mackenzie?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Comrade Kubeka is trying to recruit, I see. Chair.
At least there's nothing wrong in getting to the progressives, but we can move on. Yeah.
All in the same house, Chair, all in the same house.
All right.
Honourable Van Dam's change was quite substantial. Don't you think it would be good for us to have a look at the wording of that before we approve the report? Thank you, Chair.
I know we'll still come back to that, but I already know now from Honourable Van Dam that you will reserve your comments until you've gone to caucus. No, it's not a problem, Honourable Mackenzie. I was just giving a chance for them to capture it properly. Like I said initially, that will have to have it flighted, which is something they couldn't do as we speak. But that doesn't stop us from getting to the DCTT report so that we go through it. Then right at the end, we'll just check again that they've been able to capture those. But in principle, we have agreed to the report with the amendments that we're making.
Thanks, the content.
Sorry, Bombo has captured something already. I'll send it now.
Okay. Okay, so the Secretariat says they are ready to flight it. I think we can do that. Mbo, can you share? Mr. Malika, can you share?
Evening, Honorable Chair. Evening.
Evening.
Yes, I can share, Chairperson. In terms of the observations, Honorable Van Damme can correct if I didn't capture it properly. It says, with concern that the print media have shut down and has experienced job losses as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. The second one would be the committee notes that the community print and broadcasting media have equally suffered as a result of COVID-19 and a pandemic. Sorry. The recommendations thereof that GCIS should consider support for the print media, and GCIS should consider encouraging and enforcing departments to support the community print and broadcasting media. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, let's hear Honorable Van Dam, because I just thought you can rephrase it. But Honorable Van Dam,
thanks, Chair. The should consider makes it seem like it's something that they can or can decide they can or cannot do. So I just think you should remove the consider. They should do it. It's not up to them. I think we need to make it very clear that they need to direct their advertising to them.
Through you, Honorable Chair, can I then just agree to put must instead of should?
Yeah, I hear that, but I just thought, Honorable Mackenzie, I know now that's where the bag of comes in, right? I thought that what Honorable Mackenzie was saying was that instead of separating print media from community broadcasting, we have that as one, so that it's not like the one separate from the other. So when you are saying redirect advertising as a way of intervention at that level, it's both at once, not like separate. So instead of two recommendations that mean one thing, I think maybe just try to construct it as one. On the first point, it is a note, but then we are recommending on the other. I think there's no pressure. You can just work on it. We come back on it towards the end. But at the end, it should be flighted. So just make it one, Mr. Malik, that it combines the two. But you now have the understanding that it's not about just consideration, but must redirect. I think that's what the committee was saying. If we so agree, I would want that as you work on it, it will still be flighted. Can we get to the report on DCDT?
Shared my papers. Can you see it, Chairperson?
You disconnected me, so I can't even see if you are sharing.
Can you see, Chairperson?
I couldn't even see. I can't see it there. Now I can see it.
You can see it?
Yes.
Great. Okay.
So
We're on page 1, Chairperson.
Yes. So we'll do the same. We go page by page. Honorable members, we now go through page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, on page 5, page 6, on page 7, page 8, page 9, page 10, 11, on page 12, page 13, on page 14, move a bit, page 15,
Here we have a comment by Mr. Mackenzie, Chairperson.
Yes, that has been circulated to members. Page 16. Page 17. Page 18. Page 19. On page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. I'll move to page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Page 29. Page 30. Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Page 34.
Sorry, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Mackenzie.
I'm just looking at my document. On page 33, under committee considerations, where we talk about poor people paying more per megabyte. Can we? I'm not sure that that's true anymore, Chairperson, because we've had a massive, a 50% reduction in data from the two major telcos, mobile telecommunications operators, which was a massive data reduction. So I'm not sure that statement reflects accurately the position in the country anymore. Remember this issue of out-of-bundle and in-bundle megabytes, and how in-bundle megabytes were actually, it was the same for everybody. The poor people, because they were buying out of contract and out of bundle, were paying more per megabyte. That was the problem. Define an ordinary South African. We have 98% mobile coverage in this country. 98%, Chairperson. Admittedly, some of it's at 2G, but we still have 98%. So I'm not sure that we need to be this controversial in this document at this stage.
No, page 33.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if you're with me. Under committee considerations.
Yes, page 33.
0.6, yeah, and then the second paragraph. Starting off, while it is widely known that connectivity is underpinned by access to broadband infrastructure and lower costs to communicate, digital inequality for South Africa is rife. And I think if you left it at that, Chairperson, we'd be covering ourselves from from being inaccurate. We're still saying that digital inequality exists. We're still saying there's a problem, and we recognize that problem, but we haven't gone and defined it as clearly as the next sentence does. And I don't think that sentence is accurate, Chair.
Chair, it's page 30, Mr. Mackenzie, page 30.
Are you on page 30? Why is mine?
Of the new document that I sent you with your changes.
Yes, yeah, that's right. Sorry, okay, I'm seeing it now. That's exactly it. Thank you, Hajir. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, can I open up to other members before I make my own comment? Members, would you want to make a comment? Of course, you must we must read it together with what is in the document so that we understand what is raised there. Who wants to speak? Is that Honorable Pambo?
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Yes.
Chair, can you note my hand?
Honorable Faku, I see your hand is now up. Okay, Honorable Pambo. Then
Chair,
Honorable...
I'm not so clear about what Honorable Mackenzie is saying, and maybe if you understood him, you can maybe explain it to us. I don't understand what he's saying. Chair?
Yeah, Honorable Mackenzie raises the point that on that paragraph that starts with, while it was widely known that connectivity is underpinned by access to broadband, he then says that we probably needed to end a drive, and therefore the other part that give a detailed explanation of what that means seems to be quite controversial at this point in time when there's been a reduction on data pricing and so on. So yes, that's what he was saying. So I'm sure I'm not misrepresenting what you are saying, Honorable Mackenzie.
No,
that's what
fair.
you are saying. Okay, yeah. That's what he is saying, Honorable Pambo. But as I said, as members make the comment, it's important to understand the context in which this is written. But you can comment first. I'll come towards the end after Honorable Faku would have also spoken. Having that clarity, Honorable Pambo, do you want to come back on the matter? Honorable Pambo?
Fine, Chair, thank you.
Okay. Honorable Faku? Honorable Faku, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Greetings to yourself and to members. Chairperson, I don't think that paragraph is controversial in any way. That paragraph is correct. Majority of the poor people of our country pay high amounts because there's, whether you are in the middle class or upper class or however you classify it, our people still pay too much for data in this country. Their children who are staying with grandparents who depend on the SASSA grant, who have to buy megabytes as much as myself and Mr. Mackenzie would buy it, but they don't afford it. But sometimes they are forced to buy it because at the end of the day, they need to submit their assignments and all of that. I don't think that sentence, that paragraph is controversial by any way, Chair. I propose that it must remain.
Okay. Honorable Mackenzie, I take it that after this explanation from Honorable Faku, that's why I said let's probably look at it in totality, is that instead of it being an attack, but it's an issue that says, whilst we appreciate what's happening, but the reality of the political economy is such that you still have that stark reality of the inequality you have. And necessarily with regard to how we have evaluated what COVID-19 has also revealed, is that even on connectivity issues, because that paragraph does not just talk to data pricing, it also talks to connectivity generally, is that in poor areas, unfortunately, that has come out quite clear, that they can't access what others, especially in the urban spaces, could access. And that's really talking to the political economy and the access to ICT and so on. So it's not really something that says there is no appreciation of the efforts that have been done by industry to reduce data pricing. And I'm sure you'll also take into account that in this DCDT report, we also take into account what the entities would have presented, which also talks to your SASSA as well as ICASA. And just remember that ICASA has always argued the point that whilst you may have had voluntarily on the side of MNOs to reduce, but they were also still continuing to look at what could be a permanent solution going forward, and then work with the competitions committee in that commission in that score. So it may not be just a non-appreciation, but it's also to appreciate that we still deal with inequalities in the country. I see that you want to come back. Honorable Mackenzie, your hand is up. Honorable Faku, is your hand still up, or was it up before and you didn't drop it? Should I note you after Honorable Mackenzie?
Chair.
Okay. So it's Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable Mackenzie, your hand is still up. Is it Honorable Pambo who was also trying to get through, or you have withdrawn?
Chair.
Okay, so I note you after Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Chair, in the presentations we had before the committee, and thank you, Honourable Fock, I did hear you, and I do understand the problem faced by many of our people, and I think that's why the line that says digital inequality for South Africa is rife. That's digital inequality that you spoke of and that sentence speaks to. Remember, we had a presentation come before the committee that spoke of the Competition Commission and how their processes allowed them to work very quickly, as opposed to ICASA's process, which includes a market review that's a lot more lengthy and that is still continuing into the cost to communicate. So when ICASA presents, for example, on the cost per megabyte across all platforms, you can see that sentence is not accurate. Now, we haven't had a presentation along that basis, Chairperson. So I'm just saying, look, I mean, you can leave it in if you like, but as you can see, when I return these documents to you, I go through them and I pick up commas and question marks, exclamation marks, spelling, because I've got an eye for detail and an eye for accuracy. And I don't think that's an accurate statement anymore, that poor people pay more per megabyte than the wealthier for data. I'm not sure in its entirety that statement is accurate. But I'm not going to die in a ditch for this, Chairperson. No. If you can leave this one in, then leave the next one in too, because that's a damning indictment on government. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry,
It must stay like
that.
Honorable Fandam, I didn't note you. I noted Honorable Pambo.
Can I just explain what Honorable Mackenzie is getting to?
No, Chair, Honorable Fandam must speak after the speaker.
Okay.
She must raise her hand.
Chairperson,
I've given Honorable Pambo.
Thank you, Chair. As much as I appreciate you protecting me, but I think the other member is equally out of order. She must leave Honorable Fandam and let us not be so stringent and let's have a conversation. But with that said, Chair, I think, now that Honorable Mackenzie has backed down, I think there's nothing wrong with how this is reflected. I think it's fine. I think it speaks to the reality of South Africa, and many South Africans would agree with this. In fact, if anything, what the industry has done is not enough, and we all agree that we still need more. So I think this is fine. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Fandam, then you can speak.
Chairperson, I think you're all misunderstanding what Honorable Mackenzie is saying. What he is saying is a technical point. He says that ICASA has not come to that conclusion yet. So that sentence is incorrect in that ICASA hasn't done that yet. So that's all he's saying. He's not saying data prices are fine. If people can't afford it, then that's what must be. That's not the point he's making. He's saying that it is factually incorrect. And I think you should allow him to he's saying it's incorrect, so it must be removed. Why must we include a point that ICASA said something they did not say?
No.
Did ICASA say that?
Honorable Fandam, I have accepted what Honorable Mackenzie would have said, that he keeps both paragraphs. There was nothing to hide about the state country. So let's accept that.
Okay, but it's incorrect.
No.
Fine.
Can you note me, Chair?
We can persuade. Go forward. No. Let's move to the next page. Honorable Fago.
Chair, I've just lost.
No, Chair. Chair?
Yes, Honorable Fago, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Chairperson. I just wanted to thank Honorable Mackenzie for his understanding. Even though that ICASA has not yet come up with a conclusion, we all know the circumstances, and we appreciate for him to withdraw. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. No, that's fine. Honorable Mackenzie has made the point that is also withdrawing on the second paragraph removal. That's there. So can we move to the next page, please? We're on 33, actually, then went back to 30.
There's a comment there, Chairperson.
Yeah, we can move. 34.
Sorry, Chair.
Sorry, Chairperson.
On 30. Yeah, on 33 or 34. I see Mackenzie's hand up, and Honorable Faku's hand is also up. So
thank
are
you.
you on 33 or 34?
I'm on 33. I think just on the comment, Chairperson.
Okay.
ICASA's ongoing inquiry hasn't found that data prices are too high. The committee must commend ICASA's ongoing inquiry into mobile broadband services and the cost to communicate. Put that instead of that.
Yeah,
if I can come in, Chair, because I think you're not understanding his point.
Yes.
He says the process is not final.
No. We understood him on this one, Honorable Fandam. Can we give Honorable Faku, or you've withdrawn your hand? So Honorable Mackenzie, I see your hand is still up. So are you?
Thank you, Chair, if you'll allow me. So if we could just take that out and change that into mobile broadband services and the cost to communicate. And that would solve that problem. Thank you.
Okay. That wouldn't be a problem to members. You have a problem with that, Honorable Fandam?
No.
Okay.
Chairperson, I can't see the screen correctly. Can you rephrase what Honorable Mackenzie is saying?
Yeah, Honorable Mackenzie says, because that inquiry is still going on with ICASA, because this is specifically to ICASA, it's about the cost to communicate, not necessarily how it is put there, because we'll still have to get a report. So the capturing there may not be correct.
Okay.
I'm representing it well, Honorable Mackenzie. That's what you are raising there. Okay. So I'm just saying it wouldn't be a problem there. That's the difference, Honorable Fandam, with the paragraph we're dealing with of the political economy. So can we then get to the next page? That's page 34. Page 35. The screen. Ajira, back. No, just go.
Can you see me, Chairperson?
Yeah, but just on committee observations, that's where I want us to spend time.
Okay.
Okay. Honorable members, we are now on the committee observations. I would want you to really apply your mind there. I see Honorable Mackenzie, his hand is up. Honorable Faku, Honorable Fandam. Any other member on the system? I see those.
Chair, the screen, I can't see these observations or what is happening at the moment.
You can see?
Yes, on the screen, the observations.
Okay, but yeah, what is the situation with other members? Because I can see from my side.
I can see.
I can see.
Also, myself, Chairperson, I can't see anything. There's nothing on the screen.
Yes, yes.
That's
There's
so.
nothing. Yeah.
But then that will be probably IT people who can help us to understand what could be the problem there. Okay,
but this issue that we're raising of us not having enough coverage.
I understand you. I understand you.
Honorable Faku.
And Majosi may be in Gauteng. Let's just check. The IT people can look at where the problem is exactly. Can we in the meantime proceed with those hands that we have? But necessarily, honorable members, it's still in the same document you have. We are on observations. You can probably check it from the document. Okay, can I then take those hands in that order? Honorable Mackenzie, I saw your hand. There's Honorable Faku, Honorable Van Dam. Honorable Kubeka wanted to come in.
You can continue, Chair. I'm frustrated.
So, Honorable Majosi, also you still can't see? Okay.
I still can't see anything, Chairperson, but it's fine. Look at my document.
Just follow it from the document.
Yeah.
Yes. Honorable Mackenzie.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Just on point 7, that savings occurred after the amalgamation process in respect of the DTT Project Management Office. That's also not accurate, Chair. My question to DG Nkuna was, how many, joining the two departments of communications and telecommunications and postal services, how many jobs were lost or how many savings were realized? And he then gave me a slight answer, and I then asked a follow-up question specifically relating to the DG of Communications and other high-ranking staff, deputy DGs. What happened to them? And he then told me that they'd opened up a project management office for DTT, and these senior people had been moved into this office at the same salary scales. So there were, in fact, no savings that occurred after the amalgamation process in the project management office. So you can either change that to say that the former DG of Communications and other staffers, no jobs have been lost, and the former DG of Communications has been moved into the project management office, or you can leave that sentence out entirely. But as it stands, that sentence is not true, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Mackenzie, whilst there may be engagement on that point, probably it's a matter of record. We can just check from record. When you ask this question, how I understood what the DG said was that the acting DDG of Communications has now been taken in specifically, I think it referred to 3 months, to be in the PMO at DDG level.
Mm-hmm.
Right, at DDG level, because that was a direct answer to the point about the salary, because you were very specific on that question.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, as a matter of record, it may be something that needs to be checked, because that's how I got the answer on my side, was that even as she would speak, it's now acting DTG, not the acting DG in that score, and therefore you'd pay the person on the basis of that title acting DDG instead of where she was at the time. So I'm just saying, maybe those who keep the record, it's important to look at this point so that even if we review what has been written and give it proper context. But for information purposes, I think that's very important to get to know exact answer there from the DG Nguna when he was specifically responding to this question, right? But as I say, we can look at what you're proposing for us to change the sentence. Honorable Faku. Honorable Faku. Honorable Faku. We lost you.
Chair.
Honorable Faku. Yes.
Chair, can you? Chairperson.
We hear you now. We can hear you, Honorable Faku.
No, I think, Chairperson, this sentence that Honorable Mackenzie is raising, it's the way that we have explained it. That is how I understood it myself. I don't think we need to change it, Chair. Let us go back on the record, and then if we understood it incorrectly, then we can make changes. Thanks.
Is that Honorable Van Dam was supposed to follow?
No, thanks, Chair. It's actually a point. So I'll speak to it.
Yeah, I can't hear you. I don't know if members can hear you clearly.
Can you not hear me?
Better now. Better now.
Oh, okay. I was saying it's, now that I've read it, it's actually a point more for the recommendations. I'll speak to it then.
Okay. All right. We can then move. On page 36.
Sorry, Chair. Actually, I've changed my mind. Now I remember why I highlighted it. Sorry. I don't know how to read Roman numerals. X11.
X11. So that's okay. That's on page 36. We are on page 36 now. Yes.
So I don't think we've made it very clear in this document our displeasure once again that it's another year and the digital migration process has stalled. So that point there just says that we are concerned about the contrasting reports of those entities. That's why I actually said I wanted to speak about it in the recommendations. That's a point we need to make very clear in the recommendations, but also in our observations to say that yet another year has come and the process is still not finalized.
Okay. I think I agree with you. Let's entertain it when we deal with actual recommendations. Okay. But from the point of the observations we've made, I think these were the concerns that members were raising. You get this presentation one time in the committee, you get timelines, but nothing happens.
Okay, Chair, I would like that to be made very clear that we've observed this, but I suppose we can have a discussion about whether it's a observation or recommendation, but as long as we make it clear in the recommendations, I think I'll be okay.
Chair.
Okay. Is that Honorable Pambo?
Yes.
So that I don't see here in the system. Honorable Pambo, it's you.
Yes, Chair. So
yes,
I don't know, I mean, you will guide me here, Chair, but I think it's Roman figure number 8, where it reads, provide further information relating to legislative prescripts, the process towards appointments, and the defined roles of the administration versus of the boards at CETA and USSA. So, Chair, what I don't understand, I don't remember this.
You are on page...
Chair, I don't have pages. I'm reading from a different gadget here, which does not...
26.
I think so, yeah.
On page 26?
Page 26.
No, are you saying it's page 26? We're trying to get... we're trying to get you, Honorable Pambo. If
Because
you can
I don't
just
have.
read again. Yeah.
Okay, Chair. Firstly, I can't see on the screen, right? So I'm using what has been sent to us.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes.
Okay,
Chair.
I'm just saying, raise the point again, Honorable Pambo.
Yes, sir. So on it's Roman figure number 8. So it says provide further information relating to legislative prescripts, the process towards appointments,
It's not
and the
number
defined
8.
role. Sorry?
Yeah, 8.
It's not number 8.
Okay, I'm on Roman. Okay, so I'm on 7.1, the department. I've taken you back.
Oh,
just let's.
I've taken you back.
7.1. No. It's like you are already on recommendations.
Recommendation.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, we're just completing the observations, but we can move to recommendations if members are fine with.
Yeah,
observations.
I agree.
Okay, that's fine. Chair.
Let's then get to recommendations.
Okay.
I should then, Chair.
Yeah, you will still have the opportunity, Honorable Pambo. We are now on recommendations. Maybe we can start with you so that you don't lose that point you wanted to raise.
Yeah, so 7.1, Roman figure number 8, if I'm correct. Yeah, so it reads, provide further information relating to legislative prescripts, the process towards appointments, and the defined roles of the administrators versus that of the boards at CETA. So it's particularly on CETA, Chair. I remember we did have a discussion about this and the disbandment of the board. One of the questions that we were raising, how this was done, and the minister committed. It was actually the deputy minister committed to, responding, or rather getting the process from the minister, and then sending a response to the committee. So I don't know how it arises as a recommendation as opposed to that which was meant to have been responded to. And I suppose it ties to the last Roman figure of the second last Roman figure of the point, which reads, must respond to all parliamentary questions posed to it. So I think it may be a trend, or maybe it's COVID, I don't know. But I don't think that we should be having things like that as recommendations. I mean, how do we say a minister must, or how do you recommend to a minister that they must respond to questions of parliamentarians? Or rather, why should that even be a recommendation? What can't it be just a natural occurrence, just like we have to be in this committee? So I don't know if we could put this as a recommendation, as more of an emphasis to say we think that the department is, or rather the minister is not doing her job, because this was supposed to have come to us already. Chair?
Okay, we'll respond to that. I'm just trying to check other members want to speak on the recommendations. I see Honorable Faku's hand is up. Honorable Kubeka and Honorable Majosi, I'm not sure if you are following the discussion now, given the problem you're experiencing.
Yes, Chair, I'm following the discussion. I can see it right now on the screen, Chair.
Okay, at least there's improvement in Free State on connectivity. Can I just check counting?
Yeah,
Honorable.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Honorable Faku.
Chairperson, thank you. I don't have anything to say, but just to respond to what Mr. Pambo has said. Chairperson, this question was asked by Honorable Mulalo in our committee.
Yes.
Mulalo. Yeah, it was asked by him. Remember that CETA and USASA were not performing well. That was reported in our committee. I think we explained this to Mr. Pambo before, that these two entities were not performing well. And then minister, after her recommendations or after maybe listening from what the committee is not happy with, what we're getting from both GCIS and SETA, she then appointed administrators that were clear on. And then Honorable Mulalo wanted to understand in terms of the legislation, what is the role of the administrator vis-a-vis the boards? Because remember, SETA and USASA had boards. So that was the question that was asked by Honorable Mulalo. Hence, it's made that the department and the deputy minister requested to go back and give us a legal opinion with regards to this. Chair. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe let's say, in trying to harmonize the discussion. Honorable Pambo, you'd remember that this is the question on the first line there. This is the question you asked. As you correctly said, the Deputy Minister responded to this point and said there would have been clarity on this matter. Honorable Mulalo, on 2, raised the point of the roles. In his words, he was not attacking the administrator per se, but wanted to understand the different roles and whether there's a board and an administrator in SETA. These questions we then said at the time that we'll receive the report in writing and would want that report to form part of this report that we'll adopt.
Yes,
now,
Chair.
by the time of putting up the report, that response was not there from the department. And therefore, this is the reason that it's still there in the recommendations so that it's not lost and that formally we can get that report on the processes that have been followed. So I just thought it's important to remember this point. As a matter of fact, when you were raising the point and indicating that it would appear that the committee doesn't know itself how this process would have been followed and whether it was reported upon, and that it may be a parliamentary question you'd look at, we entertained it on that day, clarified what has been said to us, however, agreed that let's get it in writing. So it will still make sense to have that recommendation in the absence of the report that we expected to adopt together with this report as a report in writing from the department. I think the point you are raising about reports, that questions that get asked are never answered, or parliamentary questions not answered, that was more of an observation, and I think specifically, if one remembers it well, Honorable Van Dam was emphasizing that point, that they ask questions that do not get to be answered. There I can agree with you that maybe we needed to emphasize it in the observations rather than just be a recommendation. But on this one, we still need that report from the department, because it's also about us doing oversight on whether there's compliance to legislation in the way we even the executive operates. So that's basically that. I just hope that it clarifies you why we still keep it as a recommendation.
Chair.
Yes, Honorable Bam.
No, Chair, I think you've done a great job in bringing us to the cause of events. I think that makes sense. I remember even the examples you used were there. The impression that we had was that the committee was not even aware.
Yes.
However, absolutely. However, okay. I mean, I suppose this is more to the minister more than it is to the committee. But the reality was that the question was more of a clarity seeking. It was more clarity seeking to say how did the process unfold? How were these administrators, appointed and so on? And I suppose it flows in the line that we would also be asking for a legal opinion in that sense. So that's fine. I think perhaps maybe with something that needs to be followed up with the minister as a matter of agency. So I think in that regard, one would for the purposes of this meeting would say it's fine.
All right. No, that's fine, honorable members. Can we then go down next page? We're now on ICASA. The matter on ICASA, then SABC. Sorry, don't move too fast. Recommendations on SABC.
Observations.
I know, pardon? You are on SABC?
Yeah.
Okay, I note Honorable Van Dam, Honorable Faku will also speak on SABC. If there are matters left, I will come back also. Honorable Van Dam.
Thanks, Chair. V1, VII, A. I would like to add there with serious concern. And the reason why I want to add this, and we can speak about it later in the recommendations, is that we need to take this matter very seriously, because we could find ourselves in a situation at the end of the financial year when the SABC comes to ask for a bailout. So can we add serious there? And then I'll speak to the rest of it at recommendations. That's just a small thing.
Okay. Honorable Faku, we note that. Honorable Faku.
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Chairperson, thank you. One of the pointers that we have made a recommendation for the SABC was the SABC to provide a concrete content development strategy and a plan to prepare for the increase of the rollout of DTT. I don't see it captured here.
Okay. That's Honorable Faku. Any other member that I may be leaving out on this SABC matter? Honorable Van Dam, can we then get back to the point you raised? As you said, you'll also concretize it as a recommendation. Can you get back to that?
Just to add with serious concern, that's all, Chair.
Okay. And you said that is on V?
IA.
IX.
No, Chair, VII. A, the one who starts with concern that the SABC.
Trying to check. Are you taking us back to observations?
No, we're in observations now, aren't we?
We're in recommendations.
We're in recommendations. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Sorry. No. I am.
She's fine. You're on SABC, right?
Yeah, I'm on SABC,
yes, on
and it starts with having considered.
Where are you? 1, 2, 3.
We're on 7.3.
Okay,
SABC.
sorry about that. Sorry, I was still in observations. 7.3. Okay, then if this is recommendations, I have a few thoughts. 7.3. Sorry, Chair.
Okay.
So VII. I don't know these Roman numbers. Excuse me.
Just count them.
Okay.
7 is fine.
7. Okay,
Yeah,
now I think here we need to be far stronger in talking about what the SABC has projected to be quite a significant loss. So we need to say here that we need to be quite clear in saying that they need to present a plan on how they will make sure that this loss does not happen. I know that they are dealing with COVID and it's extraordinary times, but these people are employed to consider the financial situation of the SABC, and we need a very clear plan, which they're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, to make sure that they try and put measures in place that it does not happen, because otherwise we'll be, if we don't monitor the process very closely, that at the end of the financial year we'll have an SABC with cap in hand asking for more money.
Mm-hmm. Chair.
Honorable Kubeka.
Yes, whilst we are in that item of Honorable Van Dam, I think it needs to be clear, because now we were thinking when they were presenting the SABC on that loss of 1.5 billion, thinking that they have spent it within this time of COVID. But it seems as if it is not like that. They have already have the challenges before even the COVID. So indeed, we need to have a clear plan in order that we must know how did they have such a loss. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Faku. Honorable Faku. Can you hear?
No, Chair, my hand is not up. My hand is not up, Chair.
No, maybe then lower the hand, because every time you raise it, then my understanding is that you want to speak. So just make sure that after I've spoken, you lower your hand so that we know. I'm reminded that honorable members must remember to keep their cameras on when they speak, so that the country can follow. I'm sure there is an understanding there in terms of what Honorable Faku also raised, the SABC strategy and plan for compelling content development, and also how they also need to participate in ensuring that we deliver on the DTT project. So I think that's noted. Can we get to the next one? Mr. Malik, I'm sure you've noted these points, because we are moving towards closure. You will have to just come back to those that were amended as recommendations. Can we move to the next one? We are battling with time. On USASA, Yusuf. 7.4. Okay, move. Anything to raise on USASA as an addition?
Chairperson, I don't see that the mention of unsubsidized. Remember, we talked about the UHF antenna. I don't see it being mentioned there for unsubsidized.
Okay, I'm sure we understand what Honorable Faku raises. Was that you have the 3.5 million people that were more targeted as the subsidized, and that there's almost like 9.8 million people on the unsubsidized who may also be able to access DTT. Yeah. And we said that there's a need to fast track response in terms of developing a receiver for those that are unsubsidized, so as to be able to have easy access in the market to buy on their own.
Yes,
I think that's what she's raising there, that it's not captured. It's like the focus is on set-top boxes that must be distributed, which is meant for the subsidized. So, Mr. Malik, I'm sure you've noted that point. Can we then move to the next one, Sita? On Sita? Move to 3. Yeah, on this 3 here, honorable members will correct me here if I'm wrong. My understanding was that SITA had responded that they are cooperating with the SIU investigation. That's on Roman figure 3. However, we needed the department. That's one of those that the department was to respond to in writing. We wanted the department to respond on whether they've been involved with National Treasury on that deviation, and also then how they are cooperating with the SIU investigation. That's important for our oversight role, so that we know if the department is party to it, and that National Treasury would have given a go-ahead on this. Whilst it is a matter that Gauteng, rightfully so, has already started taking action by getting SIU involved. So I'm just checking if I'm mistaken on this, and I know in the meeting, Honorable Van Dam also raised this point. But my understanding was that SITA's response was we were not involved.
They were not involved, yes, Chair.
Are cooperating with the SIU, and we then said the department must then respond if they've been involved with National Treasury on this 80 million deviation in Gauteng. I'm just raising it so that we do not expect a report where we are not expected to get any other report.
Okay. No, you are correct, Chair.
Okay.
Noted.
All right. So in that score, we can then get to the next. Sapo.
Yes, Chairperson, maybe before we get to the next.
Okay, Sita.
Yeah, what are you proposing there? Are you proposing that we change that sentence? Because if we leave it like that, then it will be perceived as if we are waiting for a report from SITA that must explain of their non-involvement in the SIU. Or because now
all I was saying, Honorable Member, was that is a matter we must take to the department, because it is the department that must respond on whether they and National Treasury were involved, and in such a situation whether they are cooperating with the SIU.
So we are removing that Roman figure 3.
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay.
So when I heard the agreement, I thought we can then move on the basis that there's agreement to take it to the department, not SITA. Okay. Sapo? On page 49, page 50. I see the Honorable Mackenzie, you are raising a point.
Yes, thank you, Chair. If I can just take you back on that, if you can just go up a bit on that page. Yeah, that's it. Keep scrolling. Stop. Under bullet point 4, IV, must ensure that the tensions between SAPA and Postbank are expediently resolved, and Postbank should expand its service to rural communities. That sentence says that there is no Postbank in rural communities. Now, clearly that's not the case.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure who said that, but I would imagine that it would be, and Postbank should expand its footprint in rural communities or something, because it is in rural communities already.
Okay.
And then the next point, point 9, Roman numerals, IX. Now, Chairperson, I don't remember anybody talking about rebranding SAPA in order to attract customers, as if the logo or the branding or something like that is putting people off from using the South African Post Office. I mean, I can only give you my personal opinion, but I think the SAPA logo and its corporate colors are great. Perhaps Honorable Pumba would agree to removing the red. Maybe we could just leave it as blue and white. Yeah. But I mean, it's a modern logo. It's got, you know, that the shape of the design has speed about it. It's the post office's branding. There's nothing wrong with it. And then if you start to look at the cost of a rebranding exercise of something the size of the post office, given that it's going to come and ask Treasury for more money, and you want to use that money to rebrand, I don't think so. So, Chairperson, I'm not sure that who made that recommendation and why we made it, because I don't think it's a good, and it should be removed. Thank you, Chair.
I'm checking who wants to speak on the item on SAPO, so that we then entertain the points that have been raised. Honorable Mackenzie, I think on this one, it's merely a point where something raised in a discussion has now been put as a recommendation. I think what the DM referred to was how the post office has been perceived, and that they need to reposition themselves in order to still keep what they have and the new avenues that they are looking at, right? But as I say, I agree with you. It may not be about the rebranding in that sense. And if we leave it as such, from a cost point of view, you can have a lot of money channeled that way instead of where it's supposed to be. On that point 4, I think you've already made a recommendation there that it's more the footprint than services, because those services are already there in rural areas. It's unless there is an objection to what you've raised, I think it should be acceptable. Honorable Pambo, are you indicating that you want to speak? Okay.
And now that you have recognized me, I think that point that Honorable Mackenzie has raised must be removed, so that we don't have a situation where it's misread and misinterpreted as it has been done. So let's just remove it completely. And if we insist on making the point as you had made it, then we find a different wording and not use the ambiguous or you know, the confusing language that has been used here.
Okay. No, I think there's agreement there. Is that Honorable Mackenzie, your hand is still up? It's not been lowered, yeah. Okay. Is there a hand that I'm trying to see? Is it Honorable Kubeka? Are you raising your hand?
Chair.
I've raised my hand.
Honorable Kubeka, are you raising your hand?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, Honorable Kubeka, then Honorable Faku.
All right, Chair. Actually, on that statement that Honorable Mackenzie saying he wants us to take it off. Actually, as you are trying to, I think it will be much more better just to have a rewording, because actually, as the DM was trying to clarify there, it was the issue of, I'm not sure, can I say, they need to reorganize themselves in order that they can have that attraction to the customers, actually, not the rebranding of the post office as Honorable Mackenzie is presenting. So I'm not sure to say to reorganize in order that they must attract.
Honorable Faku.
Chairperson, thank you. On these 2 pointers, Chairperson, okay, let me agree on the rebranding. Let us say repositioning, because currently the point that was raised is that currently SAPO is not attracting customers also SAPO, sorry, SAPO is also not attracting young people are not attracted to go and work there. So with the new skills that are needed there, so we need to make sure that we reposition SAPO, not rebrand and change. We know that people are very attached to these colors. Maybe we must change them as time goes. But Chairperson, on the issue of the footprint, I don't know if Mr. Mackenzie has been in Ntabankulu or Lusikisiki or Tumbo. You would find a post office in Mthathe and so forth and so forth. But of course, maybe for the better word of speaking English, let us go with the issue of footprint chair. There must be more, because in those areas there are not post offices, because a person of Kumbu will have to travel to Mthathe to access a post office. I'm just making an example of Kumbu. So I'm just saying, Chairperson, let us say there must be a footprint spread, especially in rural areas. Thanks.
I think there's agreement on honorable members that the rebranding we take out. We understood that this was referring to the repositioning of the post office to build confidence amongst the users so that they can still go back to post office with confidence. So I don't want us to really belabor the point too much. I think there's an understanding there. We can then get to the next point, Ajura.
Yeah.
Which is like last. Yes, is that Honorable Majosi?
Yes, I've been raising my hand, Chairperson. I'm not sure if maybe.
I can't see you on the system, Honorable Majosi. I've been trying to look at your hand.
Okay. I'm not sure what's happening, but I just wanted to add on that point, because I remember when they were presenting on all 9 provinces of South Africa that which other provinces they were lacking on. Yes, I agree with the rebranding that it must be a repositioning of SAPO in order to attract more customers. But maybe let us also include that and expanding their footprint, because attracting customers only does not necessarily mean that you will be accommodating all 9 provinces. Because what was the challenge was that we only see them in Gauteng and Western Cape and so forth, but in places like in Mpumalanga and KZN and so forth, there are Chairperson.
He's lost again.
We can hear you, Sandy. We can hear you, Sandy.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yes, on that point, because I remember when I said maybe they must find other strategic ways of attracting more clients in these other provinces that they don't have. So I'm not sure if we should leave it at that, more customers only, and not include the provinces that we listed.
Yeah, I think when there was an agreement on expanding the footprint there of SAPO and the Post Bank, it covers that aspect.
Covers that, okay, no, I'm fine.
Yes,
Tim.
but then on this point, we're just dealing with this thing that if we just say rebranding, it may be ambiguous and it can have problems with where resources get channeled, when in fact it's about the repositioning to build confidence in customers generally, that they can get back and use post office and attract skills that are needed in the post office.
Understood.
Yeah. Okay. So if that is what we agree upon, can I then check if we then agree with the report as I call Mr. Malika, just on that first report on GCIS and whether they have been able to capture the points that we have raised also on DCDT report. then we can then place the reports for formal adoption. Mr. Malika, do you want to come in at this point? Mr. Malika?
Thank you. Yes, Honorable Chair, I'm here. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll start with the GCIS. My understanding is that we just needed to add 2 recommendations attached to it. The one that, and again, my apologies, Chair, because I think in some instances the network was a bit bad. But this is how I've captured them for the GCIS report, that GCIS must consider support for the print media. I remember you said we must merge the two. I needed some clarity on that. I'm not sure if Hajira was able to merge that because I still had them separate because I needed clarity on that. But
but just even consider is also what we said remove.
Okay, so
GCIS must direct advertising and other support to the print and your community broadcasting, especially in this period of COVID-19. Right?
Okay. Yes, sir. Got it. All right. So can I just read it as you say it, Chair? It's GCIS must direct advertising and other support for print and broadcasting media during the COVID-19. Does that sound right? Hello?
I think what was specific, especially in the broadcasting, was specific about the community broadcasting because there are other channels.
Yes, Chair. Oh, you're breaking up again. I don't know what's going on with the network. Hello?
Let's check on that. I'm not sure what's happening.
Chair lives in Lusiki.
But I'm sure you heard me. I really don't know.
Yes, I did hear you, Chair, most of it. Can I then read the sentence as you have corrected? It's GCIS must direct advertising and other support for community print and broadcasting media.
Okay.
Is that fine?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
The thing is that whenever you guys touch your screens, you try to throw us out. So it's still a connection problem.
Yeah, I'm innocent, Chair. I didn't contribute to that. Can I move on to the next report, Chair?
Yeah, please do quick.
I'll be very quick, Chair. I will request my colleagues to assist me with the SAPC because I lost most of that discussion due to the connectivity. But I will start with the department, just to clarify that in the recommendations of the department, it's recommendation 7. It's recommendation 7.1, Roman figure 9. So it's IX. There is a recommendation that says that the department must provide clarity on all the events leading to the special investigating unit into CETA's failure to procure cybersecurity services for the Gauteng government. And then a sub recommendation to that says the department must also explain the role of the department itself and that of National Treasurer on the matter. So that talks to the issue of the involvement of CETA in that particular tender. So as we have removed, but I thought that I should highlight that to the members. The second part, I will skip SAPC and allow my colleagues to assist. I will jump on to USASA, and under USASA, the recommendation that's been proposed is that the minister must ensure that the development of DTT receivers for the unsubsidized market is fast-tracked. And that's how I captured it, Chair. I'll accept if there's any corrections to that. I will move then to, excuse me, to SAPO. We have changed that footprint. We've included the footprint on that recommendation number 4. And we added another recommendation. Oh, sorry, we didn't add another one, but we rephrased the recommendation number 9 that says that the minister should consider repositioning SAPO in order to build reputation and attract more customers. I'm not sure if I captured it correctly, Chair, but that's all I have on my side. So I will allow my colleagues to talk on the SABC. Thank you.
Who's coming in there? Is it Ajira or?
Thank you, Chairperson. I was busy sharing the document, so I just have a brief sketch here. Under recommendation 717, must present a plan on how they will ensure a loss does not happen. This is now SABC. And strategy and content of SABC to ensure they deliver on DTT. That's what we have. No?
On compelling content.
I can hear Pumzile wants to correct. Honorable Van Dam, before I'm kicked out again, Honorable Van Dam.
Kicked out. No. So I don't know if maybe Honorable Kubeka, I don't have the wording at the tip of my tongue, but the general sentiment we wanted to capture was that the SABC needs to present a plan how we're going to deal with the projected loss. It's still projected, and they still have the rest of the financial year. So what measures they will be putting in place, what financial measures, it can be related to content or whatever it is, that they'll be presenting in place to ensure that they break even at the end of the financial year.
Yeah.
Chairperson.
Yes, that Honorable Faku.
Chair, the point that was just raised by Harjia, if I pronounce it correctly. Van Dam, what are you laughing? Yes. Yes, we are from Lusiki, we are not from Section. Chair, I think that point is the point that I have raised, that she just raised, so she captured it correctly.
Okay, that's on the content. And then there's also this point raised by Honorable Van Dam and Honorable Kubeka relates to the projected loss. Yes. So I think that's what they want you to capture correctly, that the SABC must present a plan on how to prevent even further losses in the course of the financial year, right? So to avoid getting back to a bailout situation on this matter, right? I think that's the essence of what they are raising. With that having been raised, as I said, we are already eating on the time for the next program. Can I then check with members? In principle, we'll still have the corrected version circulated to members, but on principle, we just need to have formally the reports being adopted. So if I can have a mover, I've noted you, Honorable Van Dam, before that you've made your point. So can I then have this? Would move? Now, we note that Honorable Van Dam is still going to a caucus meeting. So we are discharging our work here. So can I get a mover and second? Honorable Kubeka, you're moving?
Thanks, Chair. I move for the adoption of both the budget reports, Chair, with those amendments that we have tabled, Chair. Thank you very much.
Second. can't all go to caucus first. Seconder?
I second, Chair, with the amendments.
Oh, I thought it's Honorable Majosa raising a hand here.
Okay,
you are objecting to the report. Or is she gone? Honorable Majosa. Oh, so she's gone. It's Honorable Fagu, you say second.
I'm not going to person.
Oh, okay. So you were taking your chances. I can see. I can see. Okay. I was checking the seconder.
Yes, I second the two reports with amendments, Chairperson, and hoping that you will get the full report on all the amendments that were made.
Okay, thank you. Then the reports have been formally adopted by the committee. Thanks for that, honorable members. Honorable Mackenzie, I'm sure you are not gone yet. I'm not sure you wanted to speak now that the reports are done or you're covered by Honorable Van Dam.
I'm covered by this, and thank you, Chair, for your indulgence. I'm covered eminently by this committee. I think we have a great committee of people who know exactly what they're doing. So and we're very well led by the Chair. So thank you, Chair.
No, thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. That completes the discussions of today, with the reports having been adopted by the committee. Of course, we've noted what has been raised by members. That concludes the meeting for the committee. We'll now move to the next meeting. Will be guided by Tembinkosi. For those who do not sit in the subcommittee, you can then enjoy what you really have been waiting to enjoy at this time of the day. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
That is Miss Lichelle Perry. So, yes, Chairperson, all the members are here. Perhaps members just want, after this marathon of a meeting, just to stretch a bit, and then we'll be ready. In the meantime, I can just connect the candidate with your permission, of course, Chairperson.
Okay. Yeah, honorable members, let's just take 2 minutes to get organized. We'll reconvene.
Hello, Ajira. Hi, Ajira.
Cozy, hi.
Hi, hi, how are you? How are you, Ajira? I'm good, thanks. Well done, well done on your reports. Are you gonna do the presentation for me?
You want me to assist you? No problem.
Yes, if you can. We'll start with the one of I think it's actually I don't. It's Miss Lichelle Berry. I'm just trying to check if she's eventually in, but I'm sure she'll also indicate.
Did you send it to me?
Yes, I've emailed them. Yeah.
Okay, let me just go and check for it.
Yeah, Ajira, well done, eh?
Thank you for your help.
That's the man behind you, Ruzani Sinomari.
Sorry,
okay,
colleagues.
Ita.
Yeah, I see Miss Bupela, good evening, and Miss Berry, good evening. The committee has just adjourned for a minute or two to stretch, but if I can just humbly request that Miss Bupela leave the meeting and then exit the meeting, and then closer to an interview, then I will send her a message to say that, sorry, I use the name as it appears on the screen, Ms. Shimombe. So if you can just leave, and then we'll invite you back again before the start of your meeting. For now, we just wanting Ms. Shirley Berry in the room.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sorry about that.
No problem.
Hi, Miss Berry.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
See and hear me clearly?
Yes, IT, are you happy with Miss Berry? You're on mute, Titus. You're on mute, Titus.
Yes, we are happy, sir.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Miss Berry, if you can just wait, then the chairperson will indicate when the committee is ready to proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Because see, I'm just looking for the document. 1 second, eh? Thembikosi. Thembikosi. Thembikosi.
Hi, Hajara.
I've got only one CV here, Mutian.
It's okay. I will do it from my side. It's
Okay.
fine. Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. We can proceed, Chairperson. I will do it from this side.
Good evening, honorable members, our guests, as well as our candidate, Ms. Perry. Just to make things quicker, just to deal with formalities, this is a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications in the National Assembly. The NA rules allow us to set up a subcommittee that focuses on a specific matter. Then this subcommittee is mandated to deal with the appointment process for the MDDA board members, as you would have applied, and therefore would also be reporting to the committee at the end of the process. So with the members that are in this committee, I will do quickly so that when they address you, at least you would have a bit of background as to who's speaking. We do have Honorable Kubeka. We have Honorable Faku. We have Honorable Thomas Gumbo. We have Honorable Majosi. We have Honorable Pambo. We have Honorable Mackenzie. Those are the members of the subcommittee from honorable members. Of course, we have the support staff that has been interacting with yourself, in this instance, Tembingosi and Hajira, who's helping us today. Without really a waste of time, we will give you an opportunity to briefly introduce yourself and of course take us quickly on your presentation that you would want to present to the committee on the role of and why you would have looked at the role of the MDDA board. Honorable members will then have an opportunity thereafter to interact with you in the few minutes that have been allocated to members, because we have 35 minutes all in all, including your presentation. They will interact with you, and you will also have an opportunity to respond. But we'll be, of course, looking at time in the responses. Let this be an interactive session. I'm sure the panel members would also learn a few things from the interaction, and you'll also learn a few things from this interaction. So please feel welcomed, and the committee, I'm sure it's ready to hear from you. Here's an opportunity to introduce yourself and the presentation infused in those 5 minutes. Over to you, Ms. Bell.
Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson. And thank you, Honourable Members. I am very, very honoured and extremely humbled to, first of all, have been selected for the shortlisting of the MDDA board. And I will not hesitate to continue then with my presentation, which will both tell you the role of the board as I see it and also speak about where I come from in relation to that. I'm going to try and share my screen now, and hopefully it will work and we can begin the presentation. Let me know if you see my screen.
Not yet.
Not yet. I am pressing on the share. Okay.
Here we are.
Is it sharing yet?
Chairperson?
Yeah, there you are.
You see it? Can you see it?
Somebody's
I think they're trying to open it.
Chairperson?
Yeah.
I have opened it to try. The candidate
it's open.
Can proceed.
Okay. Nkosi, can I just find out if it's coming from your side or from my side? The screen.
It's coming from my. It's coming from my side.
Okay, then it's fine.
Okay, I did.
Okay, great. I'm glad everyone can see it. I'm going to start with sharing a very, very short clip from a film I made many years ago. It's just under 1 minute, and I'd like to start my presentation there. Nkosi, if you could please play that clip.
Just sorry, Chair. I'm just doesn't want to play. We tested it earlier on, but now
there's a little play area there.
Let's do this. Let's do this. I have another way.
Okay.
I have prepared for this.
Thank you.
There it goes.
I don't think it has volume.
No,
it's okay. It's okay. You can pause that, Nkosi. I'm sorry that it doesn't want to play, but I will speak to you briefly through what you saw briefly in the images, and that is my speaking valve, which I speak and breathe through. That is the short film I made, and what I speak about in that is that this instrument allows me to be able to speak. But it's not only a point I'm making about a personal experience or personal disability, but speaking to the larger issue of the importance of having voice and the ability to speak and express yourself, which for me lays at the core of what the MDDA is about. Thank you. We could move to the next page. And here I've mentioned about the film, which is called Voiceover. and that voice and speaking is essential to the MDDA. So as I was going through all the statements about the MDDA, looking at the vision, the mission, the mandate, objectives, for me, the bottom line is that it is a platform for the voices of South African people through building and growing community media and small commercial enterprise. For me, that is very, very key and vital, of course, to our democracy. And the terms that go throughout all the MDDA's visions and missions and mandates are terms that speak about development, diversity, creating an enabling environment, freedom of expression, capacity building, skills development, access to transformation, very important ownership, control, and resources of community media. And of course, having a people-centered media, which for me is really what I feel very passionate about. And what for me is at the heart of community media, because essentially communities have the right to control the representation of their own images in a participatory democracy. And I believe that community media is truly central to the transformation of our society. I don't believe that we can have a transformed society without acknowledging all people who constitute our society, where every single one of our stories count. Our lives, our histories, and our experiences are essentially made visible. And community media really counters the horrific legacy of apartheid and its purposeful erasure of the voices of our people in favor, of course, of a dominant narrative of exclusion. And a core tenet of our democracy, of course, is the restoration of human dignity. How do we do that? We validate communities. We give them a platform to express their concerns, their needs, challenges, aspirations, and their triumphs, of course, as we strive towards an equitable society where every story and every life matters. So I understand that the key elements of the MDDA's mandate is, of course, to provide grant funding. And this is to community media and small commercial enterprises to leverage resources and support, to facilitate capacity building, conduct and fund research, and advocate, of course, for community media. I've noticed that the key challenges faced by the MDDA include insufficient funding. I read in your last annual report that the budget only allows to support half of the projects that are applied for. And I also noticed that there is a high staff turnover in the MDDA itself, which is a bit of a concern. So those are the issues that I've raised. Okay, we've skipped a screen. So briefly, I just wanted to tell you, as you know, I'm a filmmaker, I'm a media maker, and I come from the point of being a media maker. I want you to note that in my presentation. The last film I made was a virtual reality film where I sort of reimagine that artists with disabilities come to the city of Johannesburg and they transform the city into an absolutely accessible universe and acknowledge the history of those who came before them. So I'm not here in my capacity as an individual, as Lichelle, Shelley, my nickname Barry. As Maya Angelou once said, I come as one, but I stand as 10,000. And in my case, it truly is far beyond 10,000, because I'm here representing the marginalized voices of people with disabilities. I'm here as a Black woman. I'm here as a member of the LGBTQIA community. And these are the sectors that are some of the most silenced in mainstream and community media, I might add. So my life's work has been, and it continues to be, about breaking that silence and forging a path of entry into a media that consistently stereotypes, diminishes, or excludes our lives. And that really drives the work that I do. Can I take a sip of water, please? In the current context that we have now with COVID-19, I think the role of the MDDA has really also become quite crucial, because COVID-19 has radically altered the way we live and the way we work. It also has highlighted the need for information to filter down to communities in their own language. It is literally a life-saving act that people are able to access community media and access information in a language that is theirs. So, of course, MDDA's role in this regard has been to support community media and small commercial media with relief funding, which I noted with gladness, to alleviate the devastation wrought by COVID-19. As I said, community media has a powerful part to play in educating communities and giving communities a space in which to express their views and share their experiences. Okay. So what contribution can I make? I feel that as board member of the MDDA, I would be able to serve my country in an area I feel very passionate about, which is community media.
Cookies?
Excuse me? Did someone say something?
I can proceed. I think it's
Okay.
a bad office.
Oh, okay. So within the scope of the MDDA's role and having a sense of the strength of the other board members who are currently appointed, I believe that my contribution could be in the areas of capacity building, technological innovation, specifically mobile phone technology, which is one of my areas of interest, project oversight and overview, ensuring that accessibility for people with disabilities in media is on the agenda, because I find that that item is very often not on the agenda, and that diversity in all its manifestations are a core driving force carried out by the MDDA's mandate. Thank you for this opportunity. I am a humble servant of this country and hope to make my contribution on the level of the MDDA, which I believe has the power to effect change. And here is an empty screen. It's our responsibility to fill it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Berry. I will now, without waste of time, go to members who would want to interact with the candidate. If you can just show your hands so that I note in that order. Can you hear me, Honorable Gumbo? Honorable Gumbo? Yeah, you've now unmuted. I can hear you. I note you. I've noted you.
Yes, Chair.
Honorable Gumbo, I've noted you. You're one. Right. Honorable Mackenzie. Is that Honorable Kubeka? Oh, I thought you were raising a hand. Sorry. I then have Honorable Faku. Honorable, is it Pambo? Are you still here?
Yeah, Chair, I'm fine.
All right. Honorable Machozi, I see your hand. Then we'll be having Honorable Kubeka. In that order, Honorable Gumbo, your question, okay, to the candidate.
Give me a chance of asking one question, or if I am having more than one question, how do I handle that?
Try and ask the question, Honorable Gumbo, mindful of the time, as I said, so that we also give the opportunity to the candidate to respond to your questions within the limited 5 minutes we have.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll have, I'm having just three questions. Good evening, Miss, what is that, Miss Lachelle Berry, am I correct? Okay.
Sorry, you are correct, yes.
Yeah, my first question would be, I just want you to share with us your understanding of the following acts, right? The two acts. The Electronic Act number 36 of 2005 and the Independent Communication Authority, the ICASA Act number 13 of 2000 as amended. Just to share with us as a panel. My second question would be, what could be the role of the MDDA in promoting community media in a digital environment? That would be my second question. Now, I want to get your understanding of the nature of the relationship between ICASA and the MDDA. Those are my first questions, Chair. Thank you. If you can just respond to these questions.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Gumbu. I will start with ICASA, which is, of course, the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. ICASA is more of a watchdog, regulatory body, and also allows for viewers to express their views and to give complaints as well. But its main duty, of course, is to regulate the telecommunications and broadcasting sector. Okay. The Electronic Act that you mentioned, I'm afraid I would need to read up on those acts. Not familiar with the details of that particular act. You asked about the MDDA in a digital environment. I think the MDDA has a huge role to play in the digital environment, simply because with the fourth industrial revolution, I think the MDDA really needs to be able to put more money into capacity building and funding capacity building, so that community media is not left behind by the digital revolution. So I think there needs to be a lot more emphasis on capacity building within community media, within the community media sector. And I understand that funding is limited in that regard, but I think that people will be left behind without having that capacity. What was it? Have I answered everything? The third question, I think, was, so ICASA and the MDDA. Of course, as I mentioned, ICASA is a regulatory body and the MDDA is a statutory act, which basically needs to promote and ensure media development and diversity and a sustainable community media in the country. I hope that answers your question, Honorable Gumbu.
Thank you.
Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Barry, welcome. And thank you very much for your presentation. I'm sorry, they always say it'll be all right on the night, and invariably the technology lets us down. I was very interested in your audiovisual. I'd certainly like to see it at a later stage.
Sure.
Ma'am, just a couple. You've got a very impressive CV and a very creative, impressively creative CV in the work that you've done, and I think your commitment to our country and its people is clear. When you in your presentation you say it diminishes or excludes our lives, are you talking specifically about people with disabilities? LGBTQIA people, women, black people, or or generally, just to see who you're talking about specifically. And if you go in with a mandate to represent this particular segment of people, are you then able to cast your eye a bit wider, beyond that towards a more general sort of audience, given that you're representing quite a specific sector, a very important sector? I'm blind in my right eye, so I also have a disability, and I rate it as very important. Then, just in terms of community, can you define community for me? What you see a community as being in an MDDA term? And then just to build on my colleague Honourable Gungu, new media being the internet primarily. And if you look at somebody like Thibaut Touch or Gareth Cliff of Cliff Central, and the success these people have had with new media and almost no startup money, how can you, in the COVID-19 economic climate that we know, and the climate that we had before, the economic climate that we had before, we know money is very tight in South Africa. How can you help the MDDA achieve its mandate by doing more with less? I know it's a cliche, but how can you do that? And just from a new media perspective. Thank you, Ms. Barry. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Mackenzie. Ms. Barry?
Thank you, Honourable Mackenzie. So yes, of course, when I speak about the exclusion, I have highlighted those sectors of society that are generally excluded from mainstream and also community media in many aspects. But for me, I also think of exclusion as anyone who doesn't have access to representing their lives and their stories in the media. So here again, elders, for example, are not adequately represented. Children, even our youth, there are anyone who is excluded from the media, from being able to express their views, from being able to reflect their lives and see themselves reflected, are the people that I refer to in that capacity. But of course, I am more than anything else feel very passionate about disability issues, because for me that is always the gap, and there's always a lack of representation in very, very important sectors that can have influence and that can effect change, such as the MDDA. What do I see as community? I see communities as being consisting of people who make up a geographic space, a linguistic space, who share a culture, values, and have a common vision for self-determination. Media, new media, yes, of course, we're going into a very interesting terrain. And of course, COVID-19 has just pushed us into this terrain. So my advice would be to look at how we could use new media to our advantage. For example, mobile phone technology is a camera we all have in our pockets. It's a sound recorder we all have in our pockets. The amount of applications or apps that have been developed and that are developing each and every day make it so much easier to produce content and, of course, to be able to broadcast that content. And then I think what we need to look into is how to monetize that content, which is then becomes a funding stream. But more and more people are able to make their own content and monetize that content. And I think that is an area we need to look into because it can be very cost effective. I'm working with students who are making films during lockdown, filming within their environments, making powerful content that's actually going on to community TV. So I think that we need to also just look at this new landscape where there's more access than there's ever been before. But of course, data is a huge, huge problem, and we need access to data as much as we need access to platforms. Thank you.
Honorable Faku.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. Hi, Miss Berry. How are you?
Hello, Honorable Faku. I'm fine, thank you.
Okay, you must not stress, eh? Try to relax.
I'm very nervous, can you tell?
You are doing very well, don't stress. Thank you for your work. You are doing such wonderful things. I've read through your CV. Very impressive stuff that you are doing, and thank you for representing the communities that we are representing. I think South Africa needs people like you. And thank you for also taking the opportunity and applying for being a part of the MPDA board. So I want you to relax. I love your presentation because you talk about diversity. So my questions, I have few questions. What is your understanding of the media freedom and your assessment of this in South Africa?
Media freedom.
Yes, what is your understanding of media freedom and your assessment of this in South Africa? Okay, and then my second question is, what is your understanding of media diversity in South Africa? What are the different categories of media? What needs to be done to diversify the media landscape to ensure media diversity? I'll ask you those questions for now and then I'll come back.
Over to you, Ms. Farah.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. Media freedom. I think we've got a very long way to go with regard to media freedom. I think we are still mostly in the grip of very few people controlling the media in this country, and that are reaching the majority of the people in this country. And I think that is why I really believe that strengthening community media will go a long way for the purpose of the freedom of media. Because what you get is very sort of mainstream voices, the same people, the same shows, similar content. But it's where we come to community media that you really have a sense of the diversity of the people in our country and of the diversity of content and the issues that are affecting them. So I think we've got a long way to go. And to really experience media freedom, we really do need skills development, capacity building, and funding to ensure that many, many more people can participate in creating media. Yeah. The media landscape, of course, is made up of various aspects. We've got television, we've got new media, we've got broadcasting, we've got community media, we have radio, which plays a very significant role in the media in this country. And of course, we have print media, which, as we know, is really struggling to survive in these days of the digital revolution. And what can be done to ensure media diversity? First of all, I think again comes back to training and who is able to have the access to training to then create media, because the more people that can create media will therefore lead to a more diverse media, because people will be speaking from different voices and experiences. And that needs to be accessible to all and not just those who can necessarily afford tertiary education or specific media degrees, etc. I think it is a right for all citizens. Thank you, Honorable Faku. I hope I answered your questions.
Thank you. I then check if Honorable Pambo would want to come in. Honorable Pambo. Honorable Pambo. It seems we have a struggle there. May I then go to Honorable Majosi in the meantime? Honorable Majosi, can you hear?
Yes, I'm here, Chairperson.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Good evening, Ms. Berry.
Good evening.
My question would be on the implementation of new projects funding application process of the MDDA. There's where it states that the agency will not retain projects on the waiting list. If you are appointed as a board member, or let's take it now, I just want to pick your mind. As a leader of your caliber, do you think that is fair? And if you were an MDDA board member now, what would be your take on that one? And my second question, Chairperson, I think partly you have answered me, but if you become an MDDA board member, I hear you speak passionately about community media platforms. Especially you speak on the exclusion of disability and LGBTQIA. But as much as you say that community media has a powerful part to play in educating communities, I want to know that would you support any media, any presentation that will come to you in promoting traditions and culture in our own diverse way as South Africans? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. I didn't understand the first question, so I'm going to ask you if you could possibly just repeat the first question. Are you there?
Yeah. What I was asking is, as a leader, that is why I said I'm picking your mind. As a leader, do you think it's fair that there are projects that are on the waiting list that will not be retained by the MDDA board? So do you think those people, is it fair for them not to retain them back as they were on the waiting list? And also, how would you take it as if you were appointed as a board of the MDDA? That would you say that those on the waiting list, then you will put them as the backlog and start with them, or you would suggest that obviously you will not retain them as waiting list projects and want them to start afresh and on the process of applying for the grant funding?
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. I don't see why people would have to start the whole process again. I mean, just from what I'm understanding of what you're saying, surely projects on the waiting list should be attended to, since they've gone through the effort of applying. So that's the answer to that. You're referring to tradition and culture. Absolutely. For me, I'm not sure where that noise is coming from. For me, it's all about everybody's expression of their lives and experiences, and why I'm highlighting certain groups is simply because those are people you don't see on media, not much anyway. So for me, it's a broad landscape where every single story counts. There isn't one story. There's a multiplicity of voices. I'm just merely saying, let's also remember that people with disabilities need to be part of this landscape, for example. But yeah. it's an open landscape.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable Pambo, are you back now? I will then take Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you very much, Chair. Evening, Mayor Berry. How are you?
Hi, Honorable Rebecca. I'm fine, thank you. Just a bit cold here in the Eastern Cape.
Definitely. Welcome to these interviews, and also let me thank you to take an initiative, because we've gone through your CV and then we can see that indeed the Bogoto is trying very hard. So I'm just having only 3 questions for you.
Okay.
The first one is that, Meberi, what impact can you bring in this sector that you can convince to say this one indeed, it's a passion to me in order that I need just to turn around this sector? And then in 2019, Meberi, the ICASA had to close a number of community radio stations due to severe non-compliance with the rules. Centec also complains about non-payment of the signal distribution fees by some stations. What do you think the MDDA can do to improve the situation? Then the last one is that, considering these difficult economic conditions we find ourselves in as a country, which may lead to budget reductions at MDDA, what innovative funding approaches would you suggest for the MDDA going forward? Thank you, Meberi.
Thank you, Honorable Kubeka. What I could think of with regard to the impact of the sector, and something that I bring besides what I've already expressed, is that I've been quite involved in community media myself. So I'm also coming from the other side of the fence. I was involved in the beginning of Cape Town Television as a program manager. I also served on the board of Media Works. I'm currently serving on the board of Street Stories Films, which broadcasts via community television and the internet. I've done a lot of community video training projects. My most recent project was training young women in Diepsloot on how to make films from their cell phones. So I think I also bring that to the sector, is to give the perspective of people working within community media, knowing the struggles of people working within that sector. So I think that's a very important perspective to have, and to help to turn around the sector. I know the struggles that we faced when I was involved in community media was always about money. It was, and it's getting more difficult. And I agree with that. And I'll jump to the last question and come back to ICASA. Innovative funding approaches. I think that the commercial sector really needs to support community media more. I know it's a struggle, but I do believe that, I don't know, there needs to be maybe some more legislative frameworks around that, because I really believe that the commercial media should be supporting community media without strings attached, that will infringe on editorial control in any way. Again, the new media sector has avenues for innovative funding, where money can be made through internet content driven on the internet. And I really think we need to look into new media going forward as ways to generate income. Of course, there are foundations, and hopefully one can also lobby government for more funding for this very important sector. Because what I understand, the last budget was something like 60 million, which is of course extremely under-resourced for such significant contribution to our democracy, quite frankly. And you speak about your non-compliance and what the MDDA can do about that. I think that there needs, again, to be more training around what compliance requires, so that people are clear that they don't fall into the non-compliance category when they, for example, apply for grant funding. People really need to understand that kind of environment, because it's not easy for all community media organizations if they don't, especially if they don't have the right kind of leadership that can ensure that they are compliant. Signal distribution fees and Centec, look, it's a nightmare because it's very, very difficult to stay afloat. And I think that signal distribution fees are far too high, and that really needs to be looked at, because it's almost as if community media and small commercial media is being suffocated by these enormous fees. So I just think we're making it the landscape is making it very difficult for community media to survive. It's almost as if, there's no real commitment to it. And that's a big problem.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure whether, because there is a person with some background, if you can just mute your mics. Honorable Pambo, I'm not sure if you are back now, but I think honorable members would have asked questions and those would have been answered. Mine is just to be sure that I'm clarified from where I'm sitting on how you've responded on a matter that I thought I could raise. Maybe just your views. I've heard how you've answered Honorable Majosi about applications that are on the waiting list and so on. But what is your view outside of what the MDDA needs to do? Because we just also want to see what you bring in if you were to be there. That do you look at diversity from a point that almost everyone applies to have a community radio station, irrespective of what you see in the economy? And I think that's one problem. And that's how they end up in a situation where they can't afford to pay Centec charges and so on, right? So it's important to get your view on that, because the assumption is that if you put in an application, you expect to get maybe a community radio license to a point that probably in one district you can have probably 4 or so, and they become unviable, a number of those. So I'm just saying, as you try to ensure voice from different sectors of societies there, how do you look at balancing, creating space for that voice to be there, but again, in a sustainable manner? Because then people will get used to that platform, but in no time they hear that radio so-and-so is closing down. And that deprives them of that opportunity to still have their voice heard. So that's a point I just wanted to get clear from you. As I say, outside of just what the norm would be if MDDA implements the law, but your perspective in that balance. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Manele, and I think that you raise a very important point, and that is a very, very vital balance to strike between voice being heard and compliance. Yeah, I think that people's applications need to have a very solid business plan, a very solid plan for being sustainable so that they're not constantly relying on MDDA funding. And innovation in the approach of fundraising and how they can even leverage fundraising from the community, for example, small businesses in the community, and obviously good governance. How are they going to ensure that they comply with regulations, that they have proper financial management systems in place? All of that is as important as having your voice heard, because otherwise we only set people up to fail. And of course, again, capacity building must come in so that we can assist people to run a sustainable community station. But of course, I totally agree with you that there needs to be very good checks and balances in place. Otherwise, it's just like do whatever, It's just like do whatever you want to do, and it doesn't matter about the consequences and how you run your organization. That matters very, very much.
Okay. Thanks, honorable members. As I said, I was struggling to get Honorable Pambo. I think from where I'm sitting, majority of the members would have asked questions.
Chair.
Yeah, is that Honorable Pambo?
Yes, Chair. I'm back and I'm covered, Chair.
You're covered. That's good because I didn't want to leave any member out. So Honorable Pambo is covered. I think that takes us to the end of this interview. Before I actually say it's really closed, I would want to still give you a minute to just say your last point that you'd want to say to the committee.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity for shortlisting me. I was really surprised and very happy when I heard the news. I think what I'd leave you with is just that I think that my CV speaks for itself. I think that my CV speaks to someone who is committed to transforming this country, to particularly work in the environment of media to ensure an equitable society and the freedom of expression that we all have a right to as enshrined in our Constitution. So I hope that I will be considered. But if not, then I'm sure you will ensure that someone deserving of such an important board will be selected. And so I wish you luck with all your proceedings and all the hard work that you do. I know that it's imperative for you to do the selection in a short period of time, so I can imagine how much pressure you're under. So also thank you for the work you do in our country.
No, thanks, Ms. Perry. Indeed, we also appreciate the opportunity to have interacted with you. As I said in my opening remarks, we take it really as an interaction more than just an interview, because we also learn from both sides from such an interaction. The administration will keep in touch with you with regard to any matter that they may have to interact with you. Otherwise, thanks for being with us this evening until this time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Timikos.
Hi, good evening, Chairperson. As we are concluding, I've just requested the next candidate, Mr. Luzukobuku, to join in. I'm just monitoring the screen check quickly to see if his party has been waiting and is ready. I'm just giving him a few minutes because I didn't want him to be part of your closing there, Chair. So I'm just giving him a minute to log on.
Oh, there he is, Chairperson. He's just joined. He's just joined, Chair.
Okay, so evening, sir. Is that Luzuko, ne? Buku or Buku? I just want to pronounce it properly. Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic.
Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. The name is Luzuko Buku.
Buku, yes.
It has a silent H.
Yes. No, then my pronunciation is still fine. Tembinkosi. It's Buku. Yes.
Yes, Chair. I said that the H is silent, Chairperson.
Okay. No, that's fine. Good evening, Mr. Buku. This is a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications in the National Assembly. The rules of the National Assembly allows the committee to set up a subcommittee that focuses on a specific matter. The purpose of this committee is very clear, is to look at the appointment process for the MDDA board members, of which you have been nominated for to participate in this interview. Just to lay the rules, we will give you an opportunity to briefly introduce yourself, and you will then move directly to your presentation, which we are going to be a bit strict with time, like all other candidates, so that you cover the points you want to cover in a short space of time. The members will also have an opportunity to ask you questions, and in the 5 minutes we've allocated to a member, it will be the questions as well as affording you an opportunity to respond in that 5 minutes. Without a waste of time, just for purposes of record, I will introduce the other members so that as they engage with you, you'll be familiar with them quicker. We have Honorable Kubeka, we have Honorable Mackenzie, we have Honorable Machozi, we've got Honorable Pambo, got Honorable Faku. We have Honorable Thomas Kumbu. Also, myself, as you would see, I'm Maneli, Honorable Maneli, as the chair of the session. But of course, you will then be able to adjust, to attach the face to the members now that I've introduced them. So they would ask questions only after a presentation. Please feel welcome, relax. This is an interaction. We hope to learn a few things from you, and I'm sure you'd also learn a few things from the panel as we engage. I take it that Mr. Buku, you are ready. I'm not sure whether the document you will share from your side or you'll be assisted by the support staff, Tembinkosi. Is it you who's going to share?
Yes, Chair, I will assist in sharing the document.
Sharing the document, okay. No, then I will, without waste of time, Mr. Buku, give you an opportunity to introduce yourself to the panel, and then that is the presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening to yourself and to the members of the committee. The name is Luzuko Buku. Currently, I work as a speechwriter and spokesperson for the executive mayor of Buffalo City. And I've been an activist in the higher education space and also in the media space. I've been an activist having a background in education in the media space. Chair, let me get to the presentation. It's on the role of the Media Development and Diversity Agency. That's the outline, Chair, of the presentation. Chair, as a background, the MDDA is a statutory development agency responsible for promoting media development and diversity. It was birthed by the MDDA Act of 2002, which set its legislative mandate. The Act codifies the partnership between the South African government and major media companies with the intention of injecting diversity in the sector through supporting small community and commercial media. The organization is governed by a board and the executive authority is the minister in the presidency. Previously, it was under the Ministry of Communications. Of course, it accounts to the Portfolio Committee of Communications. The organization was based by the realization that the South African media landscape reflected serious levels of concentration in terms of ownership. In as much as there have been some changes in terms of content and ownership since the organization's founding, the media landscape is still dominated by 5 major media groups: Media 24, Casting, Independent Media, Arena, and the SABC, with some other media organizations as well playing a part in creating that concentration. There is therefore a role to be played by the MDDA in actively diversifying media ownership and giving voice to previously disadvantaged communities. The slide next is just a highlight of how that picture looks. The organization has had some achievements since its founding, founded 156 community stations, 4 TV stations, 53 print projects, 53 community print projects, and 93 small commercial print projects. But the management and governance challenges characterize many of these projects, and many of these projects have not been able to reach profitability, thus leading them to require funding from the MDDA again. The organization drives its vision is through a clean and effective administration, is 5-pronged: funding to community media, partnership, public awareness, and advocacy. Is not reflected in the structure, and this presents obvious challenges for end-to-end accountability. And I believe that this is something that the board needs to look into. And that's the structure that, with the highest staff turnover of about 42%. And this is a matter that I believe the board needs to look at, considering matters such as the performance culture and from the print and digital media sector ever since it withdrew from funding it. It is regulated through the Public Finance Management Act. And whilst the organization faces funding challenges and lists this as part of its strategic risk, its organizational structure does not reveal its actions, the actions that it is taking in this regard. It does not have a model of fundraising and using strategic partnership. And I believe this is an area that the board needs to look into. And I believe that seeking alternative forms of funding from the state is essential due to the stress on the fiscus by a number of factors, which now include COVID-19. Looking into the future, Chair, I believe that there needs to be a transformed way that the organization approaches funding, and that the organization should be able to also purely fund digital media initiatives. The organization, such as online blogging, video on demand, live streaming, and online video channels, and a host of other activities. So the organization has been focused on an interpretation of diversity, which means giving voice to the marginalized and to the disadvantaged. And I feel that it is also time for you to consider diversifying in terms of media platforms, thus expanding voice. This will for sure benefit young people who are interested and who are operating in the digital space. Thank you, Chair. Ndiyabulela.
Thank you, Mr. Buku. I will now allow honorable members to ask questions, starting with Honorable Gumbu, followed by Honorable Mackenzie, followed by Honorable Faku, Honorable Pambo, Honorable Machozi, and Honorable Kubeka, in that order. Honorable Gumbu.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just one question for now. Can you hear me, Chairperson? Chair?
We want to hear and see you. Thank you, Honorable Gumbu.
You can see me now.
Yes, proceed.
Okay, just one question for now. Good evening, Mr. Luzuko.
Good evening, Honorable. I'm well. I hope you're fine as well.
I'm also good. Just one question for now. Just want to find out what will be your proposals on how the MDDA can remain relevant financially and look, just bear with me. What will be your proposal on how the MDDA can remain relevant and financially sustainable in the digital era, in this digital era?
Can I respond, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I, for one, believe that the MDDA should invest in a lot of strategic partnerships in advocacy and in lobbying. This will position it as a thought leader in the media space, something that I believe is not the case at the present moment. Of course, it is trying. Now, this will make it easy for it to lead discussions and processes, both in terms of policy and in terms of methods going forward for digital media transformation. Because as it happens, the digital media transformation has been, the digital media penetration and growth has been mainly led by the already established companies. And there are no substantial new ventures that have been assisted by the MDDA. Of course, there are some entrepreneurial initiatives that have been done by some entrepreneurs, but the bulk of the digital work has been done outside the efforts of the MDDA. So the MDDA need to be deliberate, be purposeful, and fund those digital media initiatives going into the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
And sorry, Chair, on the aspect around financially relevant. Of course, it was asked in relation to digital media. I believe that broadly, the organization also should have a basket of these ideas and proposals from the community media sector, and it should call out these innovations, and it should be a bank of these innovations and fund them to propel them going forward. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Gumbu. You can mute your mic, right? So that we don't hear the background there. Okay. May I then take Honorable Mackenzie?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Buku. Thanks very much for coming through. And sorry to keep you waiting. I mean, I've done interviews in my time, and 5 minutes is an hour, so half an hour must have been an eternity. But thank you for coming through, and thanks for your presentation. In your presentation, you made a distinction between commercial and community media. Can you just tell me what you mean by the two of these? What you would call commercial media in an MDDA sense, what you would call commercial media and what you would call community media, and whether you would approach these two streams, if you like, as a board member with a different perspective and what that perspective would be in terms of funding or sustainability or any of those topics. Then given our, and the colleagues have alluded to this, our economic troubles at the moment, and we're not alone, the whole world is in that position. If I was the president and I was to say to you, Mr. Booker, I will appoint you to the board, but I actually want you to get rid of this MDDA. Do you think the MDDA could operate as a desk within GCIS and still do this role effectively? And if not, why not? Shame, I hope I'm not giving you tough questions. I think I am, and I'm not, I just want to get your thinking. And then lastly, you talked about actively diversifying media ownership. You know, and I've watched with some interest how, especially in print media, we've seen dramatic changes in ownership. And if we look at independent, we've got the Chinese government owns a slice, the PIC owns a slice, Dr. Silva owns a slice, and these are the major titles in our country. These are titles that you will be competing with directly. So by actively, when you talk about actively diversifying media, and let's look at the TV stations as well. Our biggest TV station is, of course, SABC, which is owned by 60 million of us. When you talk about actively diversifying that ownership, could you just explain what you mean by that? What I'd be interested to know, if I came to you with a funding application for Radio Orania, this little community that I've got established somewhere in the Northern Cape that speaks one language and has one culture, and we would like a radio station. How would you view that kind of application? Thank you, Chairperson.
Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much, Honorable Mackenzie, for those questions. Just as a distinction on community and commercial and how I would approach them, the community media is usually owned by a trust that is existing to serve a particular community. It will define itself, either it's a geographic community or it's a community of people with shared ideas. Now, those people are people to consider they need voice. The commercial, small commercial media can also represent a community, but usually it is owned by a private entity with the sole intention of using its profit for the benefit of the private owners. But also such an organization can provide voice to the voiceless, because it can structure itself in such a way as to represent a particular community, but in relation to it is not often the case. So it will require a thorough check at what the organization represents and what it seeks to achieve with its application. And I would consider such in relation to funding. So I would not take a blanket decision that says either or. I don't think that this is something that must be made to compete against each other. And if you look at the funding of the MDDA itself, it has funded more of the small commercial organization than the community media, at least in the print space. On the desk in GCIS, I believe that it is ideal to have an organization, a statutory body such as the MDDA, to have some level of independence and credibility of process. Now, to attach it to an organization that is responsible for public relations and communication in government would be a dent to such a credibility. Now, it is therefore important to continue to have such an organization so that it can strategically engage the media sector. Chair, on the funding, on the question of the organization, the sustainability, and the third question, my view is that these organizations, the SAPC, NASPAS, Media 24, Arena, and so on, whilst there have been changes in ownership, they have stuck to the titles, and they've remained representatives of certain groupings. They have a particular LSM that they target, even in their targeting. So what is important is to infuse some energy, because they are going to resist, obviously, because they are commercial entities, they exist to make profit. But if you were to fund the community media organizations and capacitate them and ensure that they are sustainable, then you will diversify the sector, at least in terms of a voice and representation and representing the marginalized. And then in terms of the station for Orania, in my view, every voice in South Africa needs to be reflected, needs to be heard, its correctness, and also maybe some of its shortcomings. And if we can have a situation where there are people sitting in a corner and not being represented, it means that we will be living in a South Africa that is not properly diverse in terms of shaping the national agenda and the national discourse. So such views ought to be represented and ought to be put before the judgment seat of reason. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. I'll now take Honorable Faku.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Puka. How are you?
I'm well, Honorable Faku. I hope you are well as well.
I'm well, it's just cold where I am. Thank you for your presentation, and thank you for coming to the interviews. I know that within the short period of time for you to prepare such a powerful presentation, one appreciate that. Let me get to my question, Mr. Brugger. My first question is, how can MDDA facilitate for all role players to avoid duplication and enhance monitoring and compliance? You know, in the industry, there's a lot of duplication. So my question is basically based on that. And my second question will be, how is media literacy and illiteracy important for equality of citizenship? And what could be the role of MDDA in promoting community media? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, and thanks, Chair. I believe that in as much as it can be interpreted as duplication, the importance of availability of a number of voices in the media sector is important. The initiatives of what people want to frame their media organizations and the standpoint where they come from is something that can never be really regulated. So you are likely to have such duplications. Obviously, because on the commercial side, they compete for the same eyes of, they compete for the same advertisers, and they need the same audience that the advertiser needs. But what is important is for the MDDA is to channel funding to ensure that those sectors that are not represented are eventually represented and are reflective of our media space. And in terms of media literacy and a media campaign, I believe that the organization ought to play a role through leveraging these partnerships with the media organization, for media organization to partner with media organizations to lead the literacy campaigns. I don't believe that the media literacy campaigns are campaigns that can be purely led by such as a small organization as the MTTA, but it can have partnership agreements with a media organization for such, because the media plays an important role in society in forming the views of citizens for them to better participate in democracy, and the MTTA is crucial in playing that role. But it can't play it alone. It has to work with institutions of higher learning and the existing media organizations and the NGO sector broadly. Thanks, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. May I then go to Honorable Pambo to check if he's got any questions to ask?
Thank you, Chair. Well, I think for me, it's more of a provocation, and perhaps would like to hear more from him in his understanding of what diversity and duplication, in this instance, when juxtaposed, how would he think of it, especially with the example that has been given by, Mr. McKenzie in relation to what is Orania there. If at all you think that diversity means, many, voices, in the sense that, if we are to think of ourselves as, community media, for example, if we're all concentrated in one environment, let's say Orania, for example, okay, let's speak plain, it's an Afrikaner, speaking community, which would have an Afrikaner radio station. This is the same sort of, community that, of course, defines itself different from what may be a radio station in Soweto, for example. Now, do you then give to Orania, knowing very well that Orania is duplicated in many ways in South Africa, as opposed to what may perhaps be what you call diversity? You say we need many voices in that instance. Would you continue to say, where there is a clash in how you explain that, in how perhaps I have understood you to be saying that, duplication does not really, cut out or dispel diversity? So I think I would like to hear you speak more on your philosophy of how you would like to see media, and how you would see the development and diversity of media in general. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Book.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, there is freedom of expression in the country enshrined in the Constitution. Now, there are various communities that are existing in the country and that have been allowed by law to continue to exist. And I understand the provocation regarding the question of Orania, but what any station that can be formed in such a community should be in line with the Constitution, should be within the freedom of expression mode, but should not violate the Constitution. What I'm saying is, you don't need to have communities in the country that do not have voice, that do not have expressions. Whether correct or incorrect, we believe their views or their forms of living is. What is important is to give such communities a voice. Now, what is important still is to ensure that we don't allow the question of language and promoting language and diversity in terms of language in the stations to bring us back to an era of tribalism and ethnic chauvinism. That's why the MDDA needs to be careful and balance this, in as much as it issues out funding to such organization, it needs to properly monitor them to ensure that they do not fall out of the prescripts of the Constitution and, if it's a community station, the Broadcast Act. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We will now move to Honorable Machosa. Honorable Machosa.
Yes, Chairperson. Thank you, Chair. Mine is one. Firstly, let me greet Mr. Luzuko Puku. Mine, Chairperson, would be on the issue of if, let's say, you become the board member of the MDDA, how can you encourage young people? What elements will you bring to encourage them to bring their project applications for the grant funding? As it is stated in the media release of the MDDA, that this has highlighted the urgent need for a more targeted approach by the MDDA to requesting project funding applications. And what other ways will you use to make sure that people know about the MDDA and they know that they can actually get the grant funding for the community media platforms? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member and Chair. The MDDA has an infrastructure, which is the community stations and the community media that it supports. Already that is an enough infrastructure for it to better market its programs and its call for application. The organization I'm proposing should also call out small-scale digital media projects that young people can easily do without a lot of financial capital as you would need, for instance, in setting up a community radio station or in setting up a print project that require printing costs. So it would be ideal to take that approach, but also utilize the digital media platforms. And I am of the view as well that in as much as systems can be created, of course, I don't know the detailed staff profile of the organization. The organization should also inject, not only in its board, but in the administration itself, young people that will be able to better create new ideas, to inject energy and have a connection with other young people across society. Thanks, Chair.
I now invite Honorable Kubeka. Thank you, Honorable Marshall. Honorable Kubeka.
Thank you, Chair. Babu Luzuko, kunjani?
Ndiyaphila, Honorable Member, kunjani kuwe?
Ndiphilile mhlekazi.
Of
I've got just only 3 questions that I would like to ask to you, Babu Luzuko. Because I can see it seems as if you'll be a savior of MDDA. Mandi jonga apa ku CV yakho. Iyazicho. It doesn't need yourself to say anything, even if you can be quiet. So firstly, Mhlekazi, I would like just to know what is lacking in MDDA that maybe you can deliver for our communities, especially in this era of COVID-19? And also, what expertise that can you bring to this sector in order that you can uplift it? And the last question, Mhlegas, with a decline in print media consumption and a move towards digitization, what do you think the MDDA outlook towards community print funding should be? Diabulela, Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Starting with the last question, the community print media is still going to exist. Of course, it can be facing a decline, but in my view, and in terms of various pieces of research, it is still going to exist. One of the options of introducing digital media has always been through existing print publications. Of course, the MDDA does not need to necessarily focus on funding again the print publication for their digitization and so on, but it can look into other organizations as well. But I believe that a future where the organization should, the future that the organization should look into is that of a hybrid model, which still appreciates the print form of newspaper or media consumption, while injecting some stimulus into the digital space, which will obviously bring in a number of young people for their obvious advantage in digital arena. In terms of what I would be offering in the organization, I believe that I am grounded at least in the higher education sector, having been an activist and a practitioner and a governance member in the higher education space. I will be better able to then link the organization to various players in the higher education sector, because as it stands, I don't believe that it is leveraging enough of those existing institutions in order for it to expand its role. It only interacts with academics as consultants, and the moment it is like that, the relationship will be high and heavy on the budget, but it will not really make an impact. And some of the studies that are undertaken will be viewed in the light that they were funded by the MDDA. Now, the organization needs to fund independent research projects by institutions of higher learning and academics. And now this will boost its lobbying and advocacy. Coming to your first question, which is something that I believe is lacking in the organization. It's partnerships, lobbying, and advocacy. If you look at the structure in the entire organization, it seems to be biased towards dispersing funding, managing funding. Now it exists. This makes it to exist as a lowly organization in a corner, managing applications and dispersing funding. Even its finance functions does not give effect to approaching other parties, other funders internationally and in the Republic, who can assist the organization to carry out its mandate of media development and diversity. So, leveraging those relationships in the higher education sector, I would be able to better advise the organization on who to approach in that regard. Thanks.
Thanks, Honorable Kubeka. I'm sure your questions have been answered. I think for me, it's really to just pick up where I think I didn't capture it well as I take my notes from what members would have raised. Just again on what Honorable Majosi would have raised about encouraging young people and so on to apply. The reality we are dealing with at this point in time is that, yes, diversity in terms of voices, but the current reality is that many of these community radio stations receive licenses, they operate but collapse in the process. So whilst you call for more applications, there's still an issue about sustainability. And therefore, besides what MDDA would do under normal circumstances, but what is your perspective so that we understand what you bring in yourself that can change that that situation around? So I think it's important to still speak to that. But I think you are raising an interesting point about international funding and so on. Just to take back the Orania discussion that has been going on. There's also that worry with international funding as to the influence you have to culture and other things in different states. And maybe you can also say what's your take on that. I'm sure you do understand that sometimes funding has got strings attached. That's what I'm talking to, which then influences culture differently and so on. So in that context, yeah.
Thank you very much, Chair. Starting with that question, the point that I was making was in relation to leveraging some of the relationships. If the MDDA was properly leveraged and proper reach and participating in various fora, it would form partnerships, even with people that can be referred to, or countries that can be referred to as progressive countries in the interpretation of South Africa in this approach to international relations, the BRICS countries. Now, but also there are multilateral institutions that the country participates in, which have for many years have had funding that is for the promotion of media development and for literacy overall. So I don't think that it would be ideal to take a blanket negative outlook to such partnerships. But of course, what you are raising is correct. You need to be careful and guarded when entering them. And in terms of the collapsing of the stations, what is needed, Chair, in my view, is community ownership and capacity development, which is not just purely done by the MDDA. The MDDA can lead it, but it needs to create a lot of partnerships across the sector. And I think this is the proposal also that comes out strongly in the print and digital media transformation process that was done in 2013, that you need to have various local authorities, institutions of higher learning in various localities, and NGOs supporting community stations in an effort led by the MDDA. Now, the MDDA, if it is not focusing on its partnerships and lobbying and advocacy function, that part is going to lack. It will then lead to the current situation where in the few staff that it has to go and monitor most of these stations, which in my view, looking at the staff, it is clearly it is likely to be a paper exercise looking at the monthly reports and so on. So there needs to be community ownership and the involvement of various players, even in the boards of these organizations. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Buku. I think all members now have had an opportunity to interact with you. I'll give you a minute before I formally close this interview for you to make the point you would want to make as your departing point to the committee.
Thank you very much, Chair. As a departing point to the committee, I know I've served in the Council on Higher Education, a structure similar to the MDDA in terms of its independence requisite. Whilst there's a structure is a statutory body for the higher education sector, I believe that it gives me enough experience and exposure in the governance of a structure such as the MDDA. So, being given this opportunity, I would, if I were to be given this opportunity, I would contribute having this background that I've outlined. Also, with the energy of youth, I believe that I will be able to contribute in at least getting the organization to focus also on young people who constitute the base of the unemployed in the country. But I believe, Chair, that the organization itself should be independent, impartial, and without a fear or a prejudice. And it should try to diversify the media sector of South Africa so that it gives the people of the country enough capacity to participate in democratic decision making and in living their lives. Thanks, Chair.
So thank you, Mr. Buku, and thanks for interacting with us. As you said, it's an interaction. We learn from you, and I'm sure you'd have also learned from questions of members. The administration will be the one that gets in touch with you, as they have been doing, for any clarities that you may need beyond the interview. Otherwise, thanks for making time this evening. Honorable Mackenzie has already done that part of saying the patience is also appreciated. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Temikosi.
Hi, good evening, Chair. Good evening, honorable members. Mr. Buku has just left us. We are now joined by Ms. Sibusisiwe Chimombe. If you notice, she appears as Ms. Portia Bopela. That is her, our candidate. Ms. Sibusisiwe Chimombe, who's been patiently waiting. And then we have one more candidate that will come after Ms. Chimombe for the day, Chair. So over to you. Thank you, Chairperson.
Ms. Chimombe, I hope you are hearing us properly. We have had some glitches before. I'm sure you can hear. Let me take the opportunity again of firstly appreciating that you've been patiently waiting. We've had some delays earlier with the committee meeting, but this is a subcommittee of the Portfolio Committee on Communications, The National Assembly rules allow that we can set up a subcommittee to focus on a particular matter. So the focus of this committee is the appointment process for the MTTA board members, which you've been nominated for, and that's why you are appearing before us. So please feel welcomed, relax. We take this more as an interaction. From that interaction, surely we'll all draw lessons from that interaction. You from honorable members' questions, but as well as would learn a few things from your answers. So once again, as I say, just feel comfortable that you are engaging with the members. And therefore, the way we will proceed, I will quickly introduce the members. After introducing the members, I will then allow you an opportunity to introduce yourself briefly and infuse your presentation in the introduction that you will do. And thereafter, we'll then get members to ask questions. We are looking at 5 minutes max per member, but if anything less, that's still fine, but maximum 5. And in that 5 minutes, it includes you having the opportunity to respond to the questions that would have been asked by a particular member. Without waste of time, we have Honorable Kubeka. Honorable Kubeka. Okay, yeah, that's Honorable Kubeka. We have Honorable Mackenzie. We have Honorable Faku. We have Honorable Pambo. We have Honorable Majosi. We have Honorable Thomas Kumbu. We also have myself here as the chair, Honorable Maneli. So these are members that will be interacting with you. Mr. Chimombe, I now welcome you to introduce yourself to the subcommittee members here present. And then yes, your presentation. May I just check with administration, is it going to be yourself sharing the presentation or Ms. Chimombe is doing it?
I'm going to attempt to do it, as I was saying to Mr. Ngoma. This is, I'm not very familiar with Microsoft Teams, but I'll make an attempt to do the presentation myself.
Mr. Ngoma is there to assist so that it facilitates the session quicker. Maybe whilst you are doing your introduction, you will then help to upload immediately. So that we maximize the time. Yes, okay. Ms. Mombe, over to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair, and good evening to the rest of the honorable members. My name is Busi Chimombe. I'm a journalist. I am currently working at the SABC. Yes, and I've been in the profession for about 20 years, well over 20 years, and I'd be very keen to explore further what kind of possibilities one can and what kind of assistance one can make in different another sector of the media. I'll go ahead with my presentation now. If I can have the first slide. As you know, it's to do with the role of the MDDA, and for me, the Media Development and Diversity Agency, there's 5 important roles, which are the promotion of democracy, social cohesion, good governance, capacity building, and research and advocacy. Can I go to the next slide? In terms of the promotion of democracy, you're very well aware that the media constitutes the 4th estate in the architecture of any democracy, which includes the executive, the legislature, and the judiciary. And the role of the media in democracy is to ensure that the citizenry is properly informed so that they can make informed choices about how they're governed. So in terms of the MDDA's mission role, the MDDA's mission in creating an enabling environment for media development and diversity fulfills a constitutional imperative which is central to the functioning of a democracy. In continuing with the promotion of democracy role, we know that South Africa's democracy is built on the 1996 Constitution, and the mandate of the MDDA comes from Section 16A, which basically talks about the right to freedom of expression, freedom of the press and other media. And the MDDA, therefore, is the statutory body which gives concrete expression to this section of the Constitution and from which the organization itself derives its mandate. Can I go to the next slide? Mr. Ngoma? Hello, Mr. Ngoma? Mr. Ngoma?
It says next slide, yeah.
Yeah, I am on that slide. Chair, I am on the slide.
Okay. Oh, sorry. You need to go to the previous slide. Thank you. In terms of the second role of the MDDA, I would say it is the promotion of social cohesion. So basically, the MDDA was formed with a view to making sure that there's redress of the apartheid era situation in which access to information was limited, information itself was distorted, and was conveyed in a, in quotation marks, foreign language in many cases, where people received official news, but not in languages that they themselves understood or were their mother tongue. So in terms of facilitating social cohesion, the MDDA facilitates access to information to communities in far-flung areas that have been under-resourced in terms of their access to media organizations. And it also supports community and small media organizations which act as the proverbial campfire, which promotes indigenous languages and culture as stated in the MDD Act itself in terms of one of its objectives. The MDDA also supports community media and small commercial media in promoting different platforms that are for diverse groups and communities, whether these be racial, religious, ethnic, language, and of different sexual orientations. And this is to ensure that these groups have a voice and expression is given to their concerns and aspirations. And as a result, this promotes social inequality, where we don't have a situation where we have narrow, powerful interests basically dominating the discourse in the country. And it also allows the media to be more reflective of the population with which it serves. And in terms of social cohesion, lastly, I would say the MDDA allows for grassroots issues that are not likely to be covered by large media organizations to be aired and ventilated on different platforms. Now, in terms of the third role of the MDDA would be the promotion of good governance. These small community stations, these small media organizations can act as town halls to basically ventilate local issues. It also enables the formation of partnerships between civil society organizations, the community, local authority in resolving local challenges, providing a platform for all players in a particular community to come together and actually resolve certain issues. If we can go to the next slide. It also enables, it's also a way of enabling, the MDDA would enable these organizations, these community media organizations. It allows for them to become a feedback loop for local authorities on service delivery. So in terms of the talk shows that you have on these community radio stations and TV stations, discussing what are some of the issues that are facing and the challenges that are facing the community, then local officials and municipalities can pick these up as a way of using this to improve their service delivery record. And perhaps lastly, in terms of promoting local politics, and we see this particularly when it comes to the elections, it allows the MDDA assist in allowing. Can you hear me? Can I continue?
Yes, continue.
Okay, thank you. In terms of local politics, we normally see a situation where, especially in local government elections, we see a lot of people voting for large political parties, and this is simply because they don't actually know some of their local leaders, which is why you never see independents being actually elected in these local government elections. So in the MDDA actually assisting in these community stations, what can happen is that people can familiarize themselves with their leaders in that particular community, thereby improving governance. The fourth role of the MDDA is that it assists in strengthening the capacity and sustainability of the small media sector and community stations in terms of offering funds, subsidies, indirect and non-indirect subsidies, giving money for training and research and for capacity building journalists, and also in terms of other management functions, training other management functions, for instance, distribution, how distribution is done, marketing, that sort of thing. Basically making these organizations more sustainable and strengthening them. And then also it brings together practitioners in the different, in the sector, allowing them to network with each other to facilitate learning and best practice. I would say the last of the MDDA's role would be advocacy. So through the grants that they give for research and for training, it allows for issues pertaining to media development and diversity to actually be to conscientize citizens around some of those issues. That is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention, and yeah, I'm done with my presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Chimombe. I will now allow honorable members to ask questions in the order we've been following. Honorable Askumbu, followed by Honorable Mackenzie, Honorable Faku, Honorable Pambo, Honorable Machozi, and Honorable Kubeka. That's number last. Honorable Kumbu.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good evening to Mr. Chimombe. Can you hear me?
Good evening. Yes, I can hear you clearly, sir.
I hope you are doing well.
I'm doing fine.
Oh, you're fine. Just 2 questions for you. In terms of your presentation, you are, I think you are a journalist by profession, eh?
Yes, I am.
You are. So now just tell me, how would your knowledge, that's the first question. The second question, if you can just share with us your understanding of the grant funding by the MDDA and how it is disbursed. Thank you, Chair.
All right. In terms of my knowledge as a journalist, I mean, one of the things about, as I said, I have worked in the journalism sector for 20 years, and the fact that the recipients and the clients of the MDDA are actually media organizations, whether they are print, whether they're TV or radio stations, and small commercial organizations. So in terms of the work that they actually do, because I have experience in the processes that are involved, I think I would be able to bring a lot to bear in terms of what it is that I would be able to offer. For instance, the whole idea of selection in terms of evaluating and adjudication in terms of some of these projects to see whether they're actually viable, sustainable. I would be able to do that because I actually understand the business. So I think that's what I would be able to bring to the party. But besides that, before I worked at the SABC, I actually worked at the Cape Metropolitan Council, and I was involved in the disbursement of funds for local economic development at that when that local authority basically got that mandate around 96, 97. So I'm actually familiar with the principles of grant funding, and I think I would be able to bring that to bear. But in terms of your second question, going to a little bit more detail, my understanding of the grant funding is that it is for community media. It's also for the people who are eligible for it. It's also for small commercial entities. It's for online and news organizations, and it's also for research and capacity building. And there are different types of grant funding that happens. Is direct grant funding for things like for operational costs, things like seed funding, once-off seed funding. But there's also the kind of direct grant funding that is actually given where different organizations are leveraged, whether it be banks and that sort of thing, to give low interest rates, low transmission costs in terms of signal for these entities. So it differing in the way that those subsidies work. But fundamentally, the idea is that these grants actually go to assist those who have been previously marginalized, and disadvantaged, particularly from an indigenous language point of view, and ensuring that there's some kind of socio-economic empowerment that comes out of some of the grant funding that is dispersed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbu. I'll now take Honorable McKenzie.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening, Mr. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, I can hear you, Honorable McKenzie.
Thank you,
I'm
sir.
still honorable.
And thank you, Mr. Chimombe. Thank you for coming through, and sorry for keeping you waiting again. I love journalists, I really do. Ma'am, the South African Broadcasting Corporation has a public service mandate which enables it to come before the committee last week and say they're going to need 1.9 billion rand from government, and things are tight and getting tighter all the time. And the reason they can do that is because they have what they call their public service mandate. They have a they have a duty to deliver information, infotainment, entertainment to the South African people. Community media also has a public service mandate. How would you compare the two, the mandate of the SABC versus the mandate of community media when it comes to addressing community issues? That's my first question. Then, obviously, you're fairly senior at the SABC, and your referees are peerless, as are your references, and it looks like you're very happy and very accomplished in your job. If you were to become a director of the MDDA, would you leave the SABC, or would you stay in your current role? And I don't think the two are necessarily joint. It's not a requirement. But would you? And if you stayed, would you see any conflict of interest between community media or community broadcaster and the SABC? And just as a last question, in terms of skills and providing skills, especially to younger people starting up a community media, be it a newspaper or a small radio station, can you think of some government, state-owned companies or entities that operate in the media space that you would collaborate with as the MDDA? And can you just give me one or two of these as an example? Thank you very much, Mr. Chibombe. Thank you, Chairperson.
Okay.
Thank you. Over to you, Ms. Chibombe.
Okay. In terms of the public service mandate and how different that of the SABC is to community radio stations, I would say there's very little in the way of difference. I think the idea is we are basically serving the same purpose. A lot of it is about ensuring that there is some kind of transformation, that those who have been left out of socioeconomic opportunities are actually brought in. The SABC also has a mandate to basically promote indigenous languages. They basically also have a mandate of ensuring that people people have a voice, that it's not just the decision makers who are given a voice, but different communities and their views are also ventilated. So I would say in terms of the mandate, I would say the two are very much the same. Interestingly enough, I think one of the reasons that the SABC also has the same problems in terms of funding, as you mentioned, is the same one as the community sector. I think perhaps in terms of the funding model, where there is a reliance on advertising spend, and advertising has also been one of the issues that the two sectors have actually been grappling with. And perhaps in the same way the SABC has been calling for a different funding model, it may be time for that to also be explored in terms of the community development sector and this particular sector. In terms of your second question, would I stay in my current role or would I leave? I would stay in my current role. You know, I was going through the MDD Act today and just finding out exactly what the specific functions and what would entail. And I really don't think there would be a need for me to actually leave my job, besides the fact that I actually enjoy what it is that I do. I'm very passionate about, and it would be, for me, it would be a kind of a double privilege to be able to actually work in two sectors that I find are not in contradiction with each other. And in fact, I probably would be able to do more in terms of helping one or the other. I mean, I for the longest time, in terms of our feeds from the SABC for various events, we have been asked by different community radio stations, particularly if they can actually if we can actually assist them in accessing that. And it's something that, you know, particularly when I have been at the helm, I've been quite happy to do in terms of content sharing and ensuring that, you know, we can capacitate, you know, that sector without it just being about the levy that is collected for the MDDA. And then in terms of you asked about the third, some of the organizations we'd be able to collaborate with. I do know that there's been a lot of collaboration. I mean, besides the GCIS, there's been a lot of collaboration with the GCIS. There'd be collaboration in terms of places like Centec. If you're going to be leveraging some kind of zero rating, perhaps, of cell phone costs and data costs, those are the kind of people that you'd be able to talk to. Centec, you know, and a lot of different organizations. Obviously, you would have to go to some kind of FDI organizations, development funding, in terms of leveraging that, in terms of giving seed funding to the different organizations.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. I will then get to the next member, Honorable Faku.
Thank you, Chairperson. Hi, Ms. Shimombo. I love your surname.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faku.
Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I'm also interested because I see that you've been a journalist for the past 20 years. Thank you for your service. Just a few questions on the topics that you have raised, like on governance. What is your understanding of good corporate governance in the context of a board? What is the role of a board when it comes to good governance? That is my first point. Since you've been a journalist for the past 20 years, what is your understanding of media freedom and your assessment of this in South Africa? What is the relation between MDDA and ICASA? How do you propose necessary intervention to strengthen MDDA in order to enable to achieve its mandate? So those are my questions. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Fako. I'll start with the first question. You spoke about what good governance entails, and that would entail issues, for instance, like good financial accounting, for instance, sticking to the Public Management Finance Act and making sure that happens. Also, the fact that there are stakeholders within the organizations and ensuring that you're actually accountable to those particular stakeholders, ensuring that in terms of your own human resources and in terms of sticking to your own internal processes, making that your taxes are in place, your labor relations are in place, your human resources are in place. Those would be some of the things that I think would be entailed in terms of good corporate governance, and making sure that in terms of the compliance that is required by ICASA, for instance, you've got the necessary licenses that you need as that particular organization to continue. I would say that, and making sure that in terms of your project management, you follow all the rules in terms of what needs to be done in terms of evaluation, monitoring, putting in your annual report, making sure that the auditing is properly done. All of those issues for me would account for good corporate governance. In terms of your second question, you spoke about how I understand media freedom. Wow. Okay. Media freedom, I suppose, is the sort of thing where it's judged by a lot of international organizations that monitor the media as to how harassed are media organizations and journalists by the different state or government authorities. So in terms of media freedom, that would be, I think, the most basic and the most crass way of looking at it. But I think media freedom is a little bit more nuanced than that, in the sense that media freedom is also about self-regulation by the media itself. I mean, I remember there was a time where there was a call by some organizations that the media be a media directorate that would basically police the media. And then there was an idea that no, in fact, if we can set up self-regulatory mechanisms where the media freedom, that will encourage the media to be responsible, and in that way work towards making sure that their freedoms are actually representative freedoms. So I think it's not just about the status. People like to say it's also about the fact that the media has to be accountable for itself, for its freedoms to basically be sustained. You spoke about the relationship between the MDDA and ICASA. My understanding is that ICASA is the organization that gives the licenses, gives spectrum to the different community stations, to the community organizations and the small organizations, and it would be the MDDA then who would use it is only when they come with that documentation that they can actually get assistance from the MDDA. So ICASA is the regulator in terms of what the MDGA does in terms of these organizations. I think you asked the last question. I think you said something about a necessary intervention. Please remind me. Ms. Faku.
Okay, let me ask my last question. Okay, how do you propose a necessary intervention to strengthen MDDA in order to, okay, let me ask you, what will you come up to make sure that MDDA achieves its mandate? If you are given an opportunity to be part of the board, what will you do to make sure that MDDA achieves its mandate? And my last question, it's regard to the grant funding that MDDA is issuing to radio station. Remember, they've been doing this, and some have been doing well, and some have not been doing well. What are you going to bring to make sure that those radio stations that you guys are funding are sustainable? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Faku. In terms of the interventions that I would make to the MDGA, look, I'm aware that the MDGA for a number of years has had fewer allocations in terms of the budget from the Department of Communications, and I think that's something that actually needs to be worked on. I mean, we understand there is austerity within government generally, but it does have an impact in terms of the kind of funding and the kind of support that the MDGA can offer. So it would be something that would there need to be some kind of advocacy in terms of speaking to the Treasury, in terms of making sure that they understand what the needs of the sector are. That would be, I think, one of the interventions. I think another intervention would be the fact that there was a commitment made by government not so long ago, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, that government departments would spend at least 30% of their ad spend on the community sector. And as the champion of the community sector, I think the MDDA needs to do a little bit more in terms of making that kind of intervention and strengthening the sector to ensure that, because at this point in time, it appears that that 30% minimum ad spend is not happening, and only about 10% is being spent at the moment. I think that would go a long way in terms of strengthening the MDDA and what it is able to offer. Now, in terms of the grant funding, you were talking about, you talked about some that are doing well and some that are not doing well. And what it is that one could do to actually change that. Well, the truth of the matter is that some of the challenges that the sector faces are quite structural. I mean, one of the things that is a problem is, as we've mentioned, the advertising. And the point about it is that a lot of businesses are not do not feel like the sector is viable, in the sense that perhaps it has too small a footprint and therefore won't give value for money. And therefore, as a result of that, I think more needs to be done in terms of allocations to the MDDA to actually give, because if we are going to rely on the market, it's actually not actually going to work. So one of the other things that you could do is, form partnerships. For instance, at the SABC, I know that there was an internship program for the longest time, and I think if there could be some collaboration between the MDDA and large organizations like the NCA, the SABC, training organizations, which could help in training the staff at these media organizations, and also in terms of placements, so that in that way you take the burden in terms of capacitating of the MDDA and allow that to happen through collaboration. So those are some of the things I do to kind of strengthen the capacity of the organization.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. Honorable Pambo, do you want to pose a question?
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, ma'am. And it's very late at night now, so our energies are very low. But thank you for staying up. question, and interestingly, I'm still fixated on understanding, and perhaps you would maybe assist in what you understand by diversity, and in diversity of voices, and how you would explain this in line with gender, race, in relation to the media, community media in particular, and how you think you would play a role in that, but also why you think that or rather why the move from being a journalist to wanting to participate and shape MD in this sort of candidature that you are proposing, and if you were to be a board member tomorrow, what are the what is the lack that you see in diversity in alongside gender and race, how you would bring about the change, considering of course the economics, what it costs, the budget, and how would you then stretch so that you achieve what you understand. So it's, in essence, what I'm trying to understand or trying to get from you is to provoke you rather to then speak to what you understand by diversity, but to speak to it directly in line with race and gender. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question, honourable member. Diversity is not a very straightforward concept to speak about. So, for instance, the idea of diversity, it's about making sure that there's a multiplicity of voices with most of them dissenting with each other, with no conflict, but people from like I earlier said, from different groups being able to actually talk about their aspirations and their concerns. But diversity is a little bit more than that. And one of the reasons why we need diversity is because, like I mentioned earlier, what happens is that if you don't have a lot of this multiplicity of voices, what happens is that the narrative is taken over by those who are elite, those who have special interests, those who are pushing whatever it is that they want to push at the expense of other people, which is why we need to have that diversity. In terms of the concept as well, diversity, is that we see there's generally been a lack of diversity in South Africa. And I'm not talking about from the community sector point of view, although even in terms of the community sector, we see that a lot of these media organizations basically are situated in metropolitan areas, and very few of them are in the far-flung areas, talking with the rural voice and that sort of thing. So we see that it has an urban bias, and therefore, in terms of fulfilling the diversity role, something needs to actually be done in terms of kind of spreading out some of those organizations and making sure that they're a little bit more dispersed. But also talking about diversity, we talk about diversity within newsrooms. The idea being that to actually come out with a product, a quality product, which is a reflection of what South Africans generally think, it's important for boardrooms, for management structures, for editorials, for editors, for there to be some kind of diversity that goes into that. For instance, we know that there are very few Black women at board level in many of in much of the mainstream media. Black women like myself actually struggle to actually get through to that particular glass ceiling. It's one of those things that is not happening, and as a result, some of the decisions that are made basically continue to reflect and to reinforce the status quo, which is why it's important to have diversity so that we can if we're going to be a transformative democracy, we need to actually start using the same kind of criteria we've been using to basically put people into positions and the way we work for things to actually change. So like you're saying, Honorable Pambo, it's a very difficult thing to change. A lot of it is very structural, and there are few things at this point in time that need to that are happening, which is why the MDDA is very important in terms of the work that the research it does, and the work it does in terms of conscientizing local communities in terms of why it's important to be diverse and hear other people out and tolerate other people's views. Honorable Pambo, I hope that was enough.
Well, Chair, if you allow, I think well, you've essentially covered what your understanding of diversity is. Perhaps more pointed would be in relation to race and gender, as indicated essentially in the provocation. And perhaps if you could speak to that. And I think what is nice and interesting about what you gave as diversity is to speak to, well, I mean, I suppose broadly, to the dominance of the narratives in many instances, or as more of a top down as opposed to a bottom up, or a more all direction sort of narrative as would be covered by the media. But in essence, I think if you could just speak pointedly on gender and race. Thank you.
If I can, if you could just pinpoint exactly to me what exactly about race and gender you are speaking to. What exactly do you want to find out from a race and gender point of view?
So what would you be? So if you were a board member today, do you think that there is an issue to be addressed in relation to gender, in relation to race, essentially? Let's just put it that way.
Well, in terms of broadly, in terms of the community media sector, I don't think that from a race point of view, I think I would assume, and from what it is that I listened to, I would assume that particularly from a geographical point of view, many of the people that will be running these stations, who work in these stations, will be people of African descent, Black people. Perhaps from a gender point of view, particularly once you start going into areas like the rural areas and that sort of thing, you're going to get far less of a gender spread, where you'll probably find that much of the work that is done in those organizations is done by men, simply because of the duties that women have to take care of, and the kind of understanding and the kind of cultural norms that happen there. So from that point of view, I suppose what it is that you're pushing for is that it's important that even within the community sector, that there be a push towards ensuring that there are more there's more gender equity, making sure that there are more journalists, female journalists, and people who are running these organizations. I'm not sure, I haven't seen any studies in terms of the gender breakdown, in terms of the community sector and people who work in it. This is simply assumption on my part.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. I will now take the Honorable Member Machozi.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Chimombe. I hope I'm pronouncing your surname correctly.
It's perfect.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for the presentation. My question would be one. Considering the challenges that are encountered by the MDDA board, which are a backlog of projects accumulated and with no prospect of being able to clear, given the limited funds that are there. Such backlog with the principle of first come, first serve has meant that in some cases, the MDDA is required to select projects for approval that applied in 2010, which may no longer be compliant or have relevance to the current landscape. What decisive decision, if you are appointed as a board member, would you take biting the bullet according to this statement that I've just made? Thanks.
Thank you for that question. My understanding is that that bullet has already been bitten, in the sense that in terms of the process now being followed. I think it was from last year, I think it was last year. I remember reading that now it's no longer going to be on a first come first serve basis, and what will happen is that there will be a cutoff date. If there's no more money and the projects have been bought in, I think there's a submission of applications on a biannual basis, and you take once that quota has been filled in terms of what funding is available, then the cutoff comes back, and then nobody's going to be standing in line for the next couple of years. And I think that's a proper strategy, as you say. If you put people in a line in 2010, the conditions have totally changed from 2020. So I think it was a proper decision to take on the part of the NDPA.
Chair, just a follow up. I just wanted to check if you do know that even if there is a cutoff date, but all applications submitted by the cutoff date will be considered, with those applications that are successful and those not successful being informed immediately. So what if they are considered and there is that backlog that is there, obviously, of projects that have not been done? So that is why I wanted to pick your mind on that one. What would be your input in terms of that?
Honourable member, I think we have to accept the fact that although it would be ideal to fund as many organizations as possible, and as many organizations as possible, it's not particularly possible. That is why there is a criteria. That's why there's a selection criteria, and the selection criteria, I think, under the circumstances, will need to be a lot more stringent to ensure that you don't raise expectations, people sitting on the sidelines, and you don't actually have money to give them. I think, unfortunately, although this is a non-profit sector and apparently doesn't have the cutthroat rationale of the private media, you still have to actually exercise some kind of cutoff in terms of what is possible and what is possible. So I don't think that the MDDA should put itself in a position where it's basically promising and committing and is not in a position to do that, particularly if there's an awareness of what is available in terms of funding.
Thank you, Honorable Machozi. Now go to Honorable Kubega. Honorable Kubega.
How are you, Mayor Busisiwe?
Yes, hello, Mayor.
Busisiwe or Busisiwe?
Busisiwe.
I'm saying, are you Sibusisiwe or Busisiwe?
I'm Sibusisiwe.
Oh, thank you. How are you this evening?
I'm fine, ma'am. How are you?
I'm okay. Messi Busisiwe, I'm just having only 2 questions for you. Okay. Because I can see that you are having a vast experience on the side of the journalism. But us now, we want you to help us on this side of MDDA. So I'm saying in 2019, ICASA had to close a number of community radio stations due to severe non-compliance with rules, and Centec also complains about the non-compliance, the non-payment of signal distribution fees by some stations. So what do you think the MDDA can do to improve the situation? So the second one is that considering the difficult economic conditions we find ourselves in as a country, which may lead to budget reductions at MDDA, what innovative funding approaches would you suggest for the MDDA going forward? Thank you, Mme.
Yes, I am aware that particularly last year there were at least 40 or 43 stations that were actually closed down because of non-compliance. And I think I remember that the MDGA was up in arms actually in terms of the fact that ICASA took that particular decision to close them down, basically calling for greater training and capacity building in terms of training, in terms of how to comply with the governance aspects of things. So, the issue is that in terms of the collaborations that the MDDA makes with other organizations, there are a lot of places that you can go, TVET colleges, where you can make a collaboration and say, we need people who, we need some help in terms of financial training and accounting, in terms of auditing, and how we capacitate the staff at our particular organizations and these companies to actually do that. Compliance is not something that you can do overnight. It's something that actually has to be, you have to train for. And in terms of transmission costs, the truth of the matter is that a lot of these community stations have been complaining for the longest time about the high cost of distribution of signal and transmission. And I think up until this point in time, nothing really has been done. I think some of them, or one or two of them, have tried self-transmission, getting transmitters of their own, but have been unable to actually maintain these. So, I think in terms of dealing with transmission costs, perhaps maybe Centec shouldn't be the only game in town. Maybe there should be another way in which this can be done, or some kind of discussion that is had with Centec to say, this is national duty, and for this particular sector, we actually need to bring down the transmission costs. I don't think you can leave them to their own devices, because as we know, a lot of the funding that they get is not a lot of funding. So it's about bringing down costs. I'm sorry, Honorable Kubeka, did I miss your second question?
Honorable Kubeka, unmute your mic.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. My second question was saying, considering the difficult economic conditions we find ourselves in as a country, which may lead to budget reduction as MDDA, what innovative funding approaches would you suggest for the MDDA to go forward? Hey, my battery now.
Well, I think we should go the way of the National Treasury, as we've seen. I think it's okay to actually go to the World Bank and the IMF as the MDDA, and actually get some kind of international donors. I don't know how much of that you have, but I think it's something that we could actually look in terms of supplementing kind of funding, but also just in terms of some of the grants that are made available. So, for instance, with the new technology, we're finding that it's becoming easier or cheaper to actually broadcast as a community media. So, for instance, whereas you needed a large amount of seed funding to build a studio, to get a transmitter, that sort of thing. Now, in this particular age, the overheads are so much lower, are so much cheaper. I mean, as we are doing at this particular point in time, you can basically broadcast from anywhere. So maybe what should happen is that should actually look at encouraging those kind of organizations, or for those organizations to go in that direction, to take advantage and harness some of the opportunities that are offered by this 4IR, for a lot of this technology that we are using now. And I think the time is right, because a lot of us have probably not been in a meeting like this before this year, and it's working. I think we can find innovative ways of making sure that even the community sector can adjust and use this as an opportunity to do that.
Yes, Honorable Kubeka, you've been answered on your questions. I think just on my side, it's not really to ask a question. It's always to just get to understand what you were raising for my own notes. You've raised an issue in relation to this CENTEC question and the high costs that community radio stations experience. I think what I want to get there is, I'm saying outside of what you understand to be the role of the MDDA. The point is the infrastructure that is put there is funded by MDDA, and another state-owned and the regulator will then close that infrastructure from operating, right? Because either governance structures are not complying, or because they don't pay the CENTEC part. What can be done proactively by the MDDA so that it doesn't look like just putting out funds and then the infrastructure is there, but you are not there when these community radio stations experience those problems, so that you don't get to a point of closure when there's such a huge investment that has been put on the infrastructure. So what would be your perspective on that? As I say, outside of what is said to be normally, this is what the MDDA will do. In particular, the 43 radio stations you talked about.
Yes, I understand, sir.
Thanks.
In fact, it's actually a very tragic situation. Not only does it speak to the closure and the loss of livelihoods of the people who work in those particular companies, but it also speaks to how the cooperative governance model of the country, where you basically have, like you say, different government departments basically working at cross purposes, is actually a little bit embarrassing. Because what should happen is that you should be working in collaboration with each other. Now, the issue is that I'm not sure if what kind of cooperative governance arrangements that you would have. Would you be able to go via the likes of COGTA, although I know that's local government and traditional affairs, but there should be some way in which within the basic the different meetings that you have, MINMEC and those kind of meetings, where there can be some kind of discussion in terms of these kind of issues. Because, like you're saying, it's actually a waste. It's actually an embarrassment, and that fostering the kind of trust where you can actually have these discussions before people have egg on their faces. I'm not quite sure at this point in time the inner workings of how the thing is done politically, but I'm sure there's a way of ensuring that there is some more of a collaboration going via the Department of Communications, for instance. There's the lead organization. MDDA also falls under. So it would be a matter of also trying to get some kind of input from the Minister of Communications to ensure that these portfolios under his or her umbrella are not working at cross purposes with each other.
Okay, thanks, Mr. Chimumbe. I think all honorable members have had an opportunity to interact with you. I know it's very late, like other members would have said, but we still appreciate that you've been able to interact with us. I would give you a minute to just make your last point, departing point to the committee, and then we can close the interview.
No, thank you very much for the time that you've given me and the privilege to actually present to you. I don't have much to say. I suppose all I'd really would like to know is how long would this process take, and what are some of the time frames. But besides that, I think, like you said, it has been quite late, and perhaps whatever communication happens after that will happen after the fact. I think everybody is quite tired, and thank you very much.
Okay. No, thank you, Mr. Mombe. I think with regard to communication beyond this point, the support staff that has been interacting with you will still interact with you in that regard. Thanks for really making the time and interact with us. Like I said in the beginning, it's really an interaction. We learn from interacting with every candidate that comes before us, and we take it that from the questions asked, you are also taking something home to think about in case you are considered. I think that's how honorable members look at the questioning, is how you can change the situation. Thanks and good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Bye. In the night. Thank you. Tim Kosi, clarify us.
Good evening once again, Chairperson. We on the last candidate. She has just joined us, Ms. Benedict Motian, who has also been waiting patiently. She is in Chairperson. You may proceed. Thank you very much.
Benedict Motian. Okay. Okay, I'm trying to see the candidate. I don't see his.
Ms. Motian, can you please join in? Can you please indicate or say something so that we can see you? Ms. Motian? Chairperson,
unmute your mic. Temingosi, unmute your mic. Yeah.
Yes, Chairperson, if you could just give me a minute, Chair. I have the candidate on the phone. I'll find out what seems to be the problem.
Okay.
Hi, ma'am. Hello. And my WhatsApp. Sorry, what comes up? I think you've opened two screens. There's probably check on your, you'll see that there's one that is already open with the camera on. I had that similar problem earlier. There must be one because you are online here. So there must be one. No, I think use the one that is there, or you're putting the name into the second one, right? The one that has a camera. Are you? Yeah, they are both in. It should be there now.
Oh, thank you. Okay, my apologies. Technology is a challenge at best. Let me close the other one. All right. Hello. Thank you for your patience.
Yes, we can see and hear you now.
Great.
And proceed. Okay. Once again, good evening, Ms. Muthian. And really, we really appreciate your patience. We've been running behind time, given the committee meeting we had before this. We really appreciate your understanding and that you are still here waiting to interact with the committee. Let me take this opportunity to officially welcome to this interview. We just don't call it an interview, as I said. We call it just an interaction because through that interaction we can learn a few things from you, and surely from the questions you'll have something to take home. This is a subcommittee of the committee in the National Assembly, the Portfolio Committee on Communications. The National Assembly rules to make provision that we can set up subcommittees to focus on a particular matter. So the focus of this committee is purely about the appointment process for the MDDA board, of which you've been nominated, hence you are appearing before this subcommittee. Just to clear how we are going to proceed from here, is that would give you an opportunity after a brief introduction of the members as to who's here. We'll then give you an opportunity to briefly introduce yourself. In that introduction, you will then infuse the presentation. And I'm sure you've already had discussions with Thembi Nkosi as to who will share the presentation. So we'll just get to the presentation. Immediately after the presentation, honorable members will engage with you. Maximum 5 minutes per member, so it can be less, but the maximum will be 5. And in that 5 minutes, it includes both the question and you answering to the question asked by the member. I hope we have an understanding on that. Just briefly, we have Honorable Kubeka as a member of the subcommittee. We have Honorable Mackenzie. See Honorable Mackenzie. We have Honorable Faku. We have Honorable Pambo. After Honorable Pambo, we also have Honorable Majosi. We also have Honorable Thomas Kumbo. So these will be members that will interact with you. I'm chairing the session, Honorable Maneli. So in that order, then the members will interact with you once you are done with your introduction and presentation. I now welcome you, Ms. Muthian, to take stage, introduce yourself briefly, and get to the presentation. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you, Honourable Chairman. It's very late for all of us, and I'm really appreciating your time. If the kind people who are assisting us could please load my presentation. My presentation is very brief because, Honourable Chair, you had said 5 minutes only, and I always take my time very, very seriously. So the first slide is just me in relation to the Media Development and Diversity Agency, and I wanted to emphasize the M and D, Media Development Diversity. And the next slide, please. All of the work, slide 2, please. All of the work that we do in this country is grounded in our Constitution. There is, and it's 16 grounds for non-discrimination, which are all interrelated, from gender to freedom of religion, for example. The motto of our country is unity in diversity, diverse people unite, and we are also committed by constitution, by legislation, and by ethical imperatives to redress historic injustices and inequalities, which perfectly dovetails with the MDDA mandate around enabling an environment for media development and diversity, exclusion, marginalization of disadvantaged communities, supporting primarily community and small commercial media, ownership and control of and access to media, and redress for indigenous language and cultural groups that are historically marginalized. we talk about the development of human resources and training and the importance of capacity building, especially around the closure of some community stations that were non-compliant. Again, when we speak about historically disadvantaged groups throughout of this is a very critical cornerstone of the work of the MDDA. Channeling of resources to these neglected areas, as well as raising public awareness regarding media development and diversity issues. These are the cornerstones of the work that needs to be done. It is underpinned by policies and legislation, always starting with the constitution of our country, the act of the institutions such as the MDDA Act, MDDA regulations, the PFMA, always in terms of public finance management and public sector, National Treasury regulations, King Codes 3 and indeed 4, and so on, ECA and ICASA and so on, all of the legislation that underpins it. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. In relation to media literacy, which is of critical importance for us, especially in a digital age with fake news proliferating everywhere. We have misinformation that's running rampant. I would call it malinformation, like malware. For example, in the case of COVID-19, we have, for example, xenophobic malinformation, which projects hatred of China and its citizens, for example. We also have allegations of countries' entire elections manipulated by foreign powers. So given this, we even have Twitter bots, for example. Given all of this, the importance of diversity and independence of critical importance. We have in this age inappropriate exposure and even exploitation of children and other vulnerable members of our society, including exploitation and abuse of women and girls. We have, for example, trafficking sites where one can't remove the trafficked products and rescue the trafficked persons and underage trafficked persons as well. We have revenge porn proliferating. These are some of the challenges in this age that we have. We have misuse of advertising and the challenges thereof, like since the 1950s, work on subliminal advertising, where people are, messing with our subconscious by inserting messages and images to attempt to indoctrinate us in different ways to buy a product or behave in particular ways. The ascendancy of artificial intelligence, AI, and robotics in this age is of critical importance, and how we deal with that. Dominance and easy accessibility of social media, the most powerful forms of media, even more so nowadays than print or even radio, with many users, armed with a cell phone and instantaneously responding. In that sense, robotics comes in with even Twitter bots creating fake responses or not responses related tied to any particular individual identity. And especially community and small media companies can more effectively use these digital and social media spaces, use OTT and streaming, including for revenue generation. We have and must continue to update our legislation, our policy, and our strategies so we can keep up with these developments in this digital age and in this fourth industrial revolution. We are struggling constantly with legacies of inequality, poverty, unemployment, and the pandemic is worsening that inequity, as we can see, especially in Cape Town, where I'm sitting, where the snow on the mountains is very cold. Media control and ownership reflects the demographics of ownership of capital and the country at large, and land ownership as well. And so we need continued and concentrated support for capacity building, for equalizing, and for diversification of media, as we do across all sectors in society. So for me, the role of MDDA becomes even more critical over time, so we can develop and foster media diversity to compensate for the past injustices and inequities and to promote equality and empower all in South Africa. Next slide, please, which is the last slide. The last slide is just about me, that I have over 20 years of executive senior management positions across sectors, including in the public sector. I'm a former Chapter 9 Commissioner, CRL Rights Commission, dealing with diversities exactly. I'm a former DDG, responsible for social transformation and economic empowerment. I served in the economic cluster. I have degrees. I've served on boards, non-profit boards, as well as social enterprises like Shown Equip, dealing with disabilities equipment. So I'm very familiar with the Constitution, our PFMA, King Codes, legislation policy. I'm familiar with MPO management. I'm familiar with the management of grant funding. I chair the Audit and Risk Committee, for example, of a TVET college locally here, and so on. So this is me in a nutshell, and I'm ready to answer your questions and indeed, if called, to serve where needed.
Thank you, Ms. Muthian. We'll now allow honorable members to interact with you, starting with Honorable Kumbu.
Thank you, Chairperson. And good evening, Ms. Muthian. Is it Muthian?
Thank you. You're doing well, Honorable Gumbo. Thank you, sir.
I'm good. Just one quick question. Ms. Muthian, I just want to know what could be the role of the MDDA in promoting community media in a digital environment? Just want to get your view on that one. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Kumbu. Over to you, Ms. Muthian.
Thank you, sir. Just as the MDDA is historically promoted small print media like the local newspapers we receive and community radio stations like Bush Radio here in Salt River, Woodstock down the road from where I live. As we move towards increasing use of the digital media, we need to move with the times, and the MDDA should and could very well increase its investment in terms of both funding, but also in terms of capacity building. Around the world, media are moving towards citizen journalism, where everybody armed with a mobile phone can make the news. When there's a robbery happening down my street, people uploading it instantly. So the ownership of the digital space by citizens themselves, empowering us as individuals and communities to make use of and to create media for ourselves and for the country and indeed for anyone else. So I think in some of these ways, the MDDA could be a powerful ally and a powerful agent of change and transformation and capacity building.
Thank you, Honorable Kumbu. We'll take Honorable Mackenzie.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. And thank you, Ms. Muthian, and from very cold Cape Town, very cold Salt River. I hope you've read all those books behind you. It's very, very impressive.
I'm a nerd, sir. I'm a self-confessed nerd, I'm afraid.
And you show it beautifully. Thank you for being brief in your presentation this late. We appreciate it. So I'll also be brief in my questions. Just in terms of new media, I had some questions on that, and I just wrote here, wow, because I thought your comments on new media and the exploitation of new media was spot on. So I'm not going to ask you any questions around that, except maybe in terms of skills. Do you believe that there's a particular skill set required by young people or middle-aged people who want to take advantage of these new media opportunities? And then in terms of political independence of community media, how do you see that? I mean, it's important in a democracy that diversity of voices are heard. How do you see the MDDA perhaps enforcing that, not enforcing is the wrong word, encouraging a culture of democracy and the diversity of voices, especially with local government elections coming up when community media, of course, have a key role to play? Thank you very much, Ms. Ruthi, and thank you, Chair.
Honourable, shall I respond, Chairman? Shall I wait for you to give me permission, or do I just respond, Chairman?
No, you just respond. That saves us time.
Thank you, sir. Honourable Mackenzie, these are very, very good questions. In relation to skill sets, it seems to me as if babies are born and they're born with a mobile phone in their hands and the ability to use it. Even mature people of retirement age are using mobile telephony and taking beautiful photographs of sunsets. Some of my relatives are sending me retired people using, telephony in the most profound ways. So I think, yes, we already have so much skills available, and everybody, knows how to use a mobile phone. and to use the internet in various ways, from the mobile phone and other technology. We have libraries, for example, that give internet access, etc. We now have the Department of Higher Education that's that's enabling students with data, in partnership with the service provider and so on. So always one can build skills and capacity, and learning is a continuous and lifelong endeavor. Referring to independence, political independence is of critical importance because it speaks to diversity. We are all different, and we are all together in the same country. So all these differences and diversities in the same space. And different communities will have different needs. For example, here in this community of Woodstock, they have particular needs. There seems to be a lot of restaurants and hanging around when it's not a pandemic and so on. Other communities, they have oceans, or some communities are truly still suffering under the yoke of inequality, which impacts on the ways in which people are responding and able to cope with a pandemic, for example. But it's important, given that it's community media, it's rooted in communities, that it reflects those very communities and the voices of those communities in the democracy to strengthen the democracy. I hope that answered your question, Honourable Mackenzie.
Thank you, Honourable Mackenzie. I will now take Honourable Faku.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Muten. Thank you for being patient and waiting for us. We understand that it's very late, but I can see that you are still fresh. I think I like your presentation, especially when you talk about promoting of the different languages, because sometimes you will find out in radio that some languages are not taken into consideration, like you will have English, Xhosa, and so forth, but when you go to Limpopo, Sivenda, it's not highly promoted as one would want it to be. So I like the way that you have presented. My first question will be like on the media diversity. What is your view on how community and small commercial media can be strengthened to empower communities and SMMEs, thus to give more voices in diverse languages, representing the geographical spread of South Africa? That is my first question. My second question is, what is your understanding of media freedom, and what is your assessment of this in South Africa? And then when it comes to the issue of grant funding, I know I would ask this question because I think that is where MDDA has not really focused on, is the issue of that our government is assisting with in terms of funding. MDDA will assist the small radios in terms of funding, but you will find out that some of them collapse along the way. What is the problem? Do you think that you do regular monitoring? Is there regular monitoring? What tools can come into place so that you make sure that these radio stations that have been funded, they're sustainable and they create jobs and they do what they need to do? Thanks.
Honourable Faku, those are extremely good questions in relation to languages, and in particular what I shall call in inverted commas minority languages, languages spoken in deep rural area parts of our country. It's precisely for these reasons that we have the constitutional imperative to promote the diversity. We have Khoi and San languages, which I'm unfortunately unable to pronounce, which also need promotion and protection. So MDDA is perfectly placed and mandated indeed by legislation, etc., to promote this. There are ways and means in which small community media can be leveraged. For example, government at national level, filtering down to municipal level, they have set-asides for women, set-asides for youth, for black businesses, for small businesses, etc. We're looking at print media, for example, that are closing in part due to global recession, but in part also due to the pandemic. So these small community newspapers in all of our communities can be supported by, for example, supporting its news-making function by having set-asides, for example, government printing, for which they can use their printing press. Just one commercial side subsidizing the public side. For example, it can establish partnerships with, for example, TVET colleges in terms of capacity building. What is of critical importance is the need to build capacity. NGOs or the nonprofit environment has similar challenges to community radio and small commercial presses. So on the one hand, we need capacity building, we need to train people, and I see on the MDDA website they've developed coursework on corporate governance for the NPO sector. But they need capacity building, they need mentorship, they need hand-holding, and simultaneously they need you need a bit of a carrot and a stick method. People need to be held accountable. When you have public funds in your hand, you can't mismanage it. And so a level of stronger accountability is also needed at the same time. It's like having rights and responsibilities at the same time. So there are ways and means in which we can access funding by partnering with the CETAs, indeed establishing an academy for community media in which, like the TVET colleges, some students pay the fees and can afford to pay and cross-subsidize those who cannot afford to pay. So there are ways and means in which one can work creatively to build capacity, to generate income, etc., at a community level and getting the support of the local community businesses on board. In relation to media freedom, Honorable Faku, it's of critical importance. It's a cornerstone of our democracy that we have separations of powers and that media freedom and free speech is guaranteed. This is juxtaposed with, for example, hate speech, which we are very progressive in relation to the rest of the world in legislating against and in containing, whereas in the US, I can say any horrible thing and it would be free speech. So I am emphatically supportive of the Constitution and media freedom and the right to free speech, access to information. All of these are constitutionally and legislatively mandated. And of course, we are compelled to support it, whether we agree with it or not. But indeed, I'm happy to say I agree with it.
Thank you, Honorable Faku. I will now take Honorable Pambo. Honorable Pambo. Okay, we'll pass Honorable Pambo. Maybe he's experiencing connection challenges like it's the case this side with the weather. Can I then move to Honorable Majosi? I see Honorable Mackenzie. Just before I go to Honorable Majosi, your hand has been up.
It was before.
Yeah, just that the hand is like still up. So I thought maybe you want to raise something. Honorable Pambo, connected? Unmute your mic. Unmute your mic, Honorable Pambo, so that you speak. Your mic is muted, so unmute it. Yes, you can then speak. Can we hear now, Honorable Pambo? Maybe let's take Honorable Majosi then. Honorable Majosi?
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, Ms. Muthien. I think if I'm pronouncing it correctly. Thank you for the presentation. My question would be one. I heard you speaking on languages, and strongly so, and on the diversity of languages. I would want to know that the diversity does not only include languages. It also includes the traditional ways that are diverse in South Africa, the cultural ways that we use as differently as we are as Africans, And what way will you intensify that even those projects application will be able to be reckoned in the FDCA board if you are appointed as a board member in promoting the traditions and the culture in our own diverse way? Thank you, Chair.
Honourable Majosi, that's a very excellent question in relation to respect for all the diversities in the country. In that sense, I had some 5 years of growthful learning at the CRL Rights Commission as a commissioner, and learning about the diverse cultures and traditions in the country, the religions and the languages, including the very, very minority ones. Such as the Baha'i religion, for example, which is 0.2% of the population or smaller. So the importance of respecting, promoting, and recognizing the diversities in the country is constitutionally mandated. There's even a Chapter 9, like CRL Rights Commission, devoted to it, and hence the MDDA is compelled to respect, to promote all of the diversity in the country, not only language, but religions, cultures, traditions, and all 16 grounds of non-discrimination that is codified in our Constitution. Indeed, all of society is mandated to respect all 16 areas of non-discrimination in the Constitution, including, interestingly enough, pregnancy status.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. Honorable Pambo, are you covered now?
Chair, I don't know if you can hear me, but I could now hear you clearly.
Yes, we can hear you clearly. We can see you also.
Look,
Yes.
I think this candidate, ma'am, you've essentially focused on what I have or we have been probing on, particularly on diversity. And in this instance, it becomes almost futile to then rehash, because you've essentially, answered the one question which I'm interested in hearing you speak on. But what is also, interesting, or rather, what I would also like to hear you speak on is diversity in relation to equality. And equity, with and perhaps with the many responses that one has without mentioning anything, one hears about diversity that is missed. There was an example that was made about Orania, for example. And I don't want to be too direct and too obvious, but I want to hear, because I don't want to probe you to the right answer or to the wrong answer, but to be honestly open about what you understand by diversity, and perhaps in your understanding, what would look like a diverse, media sort of.
I've lost you, Honorable.
Well, I think the candidate, can you hear me, Chair? Can you hear me, Chair? Yes. So
yes.
So in our diversity, I think you ought to now speak to equity and equality and how you would see that. So how, I mean, you mentioned the interesting faith. I know even at university, it was one of the smallest, but I can tell you now it occupied the space so well that it almost became one of the faiths that you mention in your list of it. I mean, sometimes the simple test of whether or not something is dominant or is present in the space. So not necessarily in terms of numbers, but in whether or not it has had an impact in society. But in this case, I'm speaking specifically on how you would speak of diversity in relation to equity and equality. So I think I'd leave it there for
because
consideration
I'm
of
losing connection. I think the weather is terrible this side.
Honorable Pambo, I heard you clearly. If you wish, I can respond to your question.
Please.
Thank you, sir. So in relation to equality and equity, in the old school people like me, middle-aged people, equality is like the de jure, and equality in law, you have equal rights. Equity is sort of a de facto, a substantive rights, where my rights are more realizable. Our constitution attempts to do that by having institutions like Chapter 9s to ensure the enforcement and the enjoyment of the rights which are in law. So if we agree on that under difference, if we are on the same page in relation to what equality and equity means, I just wanted to be clear that we agree with that. My niece, educated elsewhere, is overeducated and has the two in reverse, where she says equity is in law and equality is in practice. So I just wanted to know which way what your distinction is. If we want to just speak about having rights in law, like paper rights. So ho hum, here's my rights. On the other hand, how are we doing how are we actively seeking to have people realize, not just realize their rights, but to know that they have the rights, and then knowing that they have the rights, how then to seek your rights, the enjoyment of your rights. Our Chapter 9s are mandated in large part to ensure that. Parliament is mandated to ensure that, and all the diverse institutions in our country and in our laws, including the MDDA, is mandated to ensure that we are able to enjoy our rights and not only have it in terms of paper. We have a deeply unequal society. We have been discussing for 20 years or more about what it takes. Will it take one generation? Will it take more than one generation? I grew up literally starving under apartheid here on the Cape Flats. And, I've been able to get educated through bursaries and hard work, etc. And so how do we then take the beautiful Constitution, all its intentions, all the beautiful institutions we have, from Parliament to Chapter 9s to institutions like the MDDA, and how do we use these institutions to let people know about the MDDA, for example, on the one hand, because I wonder how many people actually do know about the MDDA, and simultaneously use these institutions to have people enjoy their rights and to advance themselves to fully realize their full potential. These are deep challenges that we have as a society. We are not unique in the world. We are not unique in the global south, but we are at least grappling with it in a very deep and profound ways. And I want to believe that we are able here, a child born starving has the potential to empower themselves and to rise from the dust of that starvation, just as my generation, some of them have done. I hope, Honorable Pombo, that sort of answers your question, but it requires a much deeper conversation, perhaps over a meal or something outside of lockdown.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'm fine.
Are we still connected?
Yes, we are connected. I think Chair's got a problem.
The problem is that I've got connection problems on my side. I think it's due. The weather is terrible on this side now.
Sorry.
Sorry for that. So I've been struggling to connect all the time. But I did pick up most of the points you've raised. So I've been following in that score. Which therefore takes me to Honorable Kubeka, right? She has not asked the question.
Yes, Chair. Thank you, Chair. How are you, Mayor Benedict?
I'm okay, Honorable Kubeka. I'm surprised I'm still awake, Mayor. And yourself?
Yeah,
you look fresh and lovely, ma'am.
I can see you. You are very fresh, and I'm just smiling when you are responding, actually. So I'm just having only two questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Because now I've seen your CV, man. It talks itself, actually. So I just want to understand, Mayor Benedict, to say, if we are appointing you in this board, actually, with your expertise, actually, how can you bring or assist this sector with your expertise? Because now, as I'm saying, I need not to say anything when I'm looking at your CV, and I can hear even right now when you are responding to say things are here. So I just want to understand, how can you assist MDDA actually with those expertise? So the second question is, with a decline in print media consumption, and move towards digitization, what do you think the MDDA outlook towards community print funding should be? Those are the questions, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Kubeka, these are excellent questions, especially this late night. Honorable Ma'am, I've been engaged in community development and non-profit development since childhood. And so one has that broader sense of constitutionality and governance over decades. And then I've served on company boards since 2013. I obviously have served for over 20 years on professional and MPO boards, but 7 years company boards, where I've learned all kinds of skills and practiced them. I chair an audit and risk committee. I have been immersed in community development. I've been immersed as a public servant in social transformation and economic development, as well as a community activist over many decades, because I'm now a lovely middle-aged lady, no longer a youth. So I bring all this range of experience, and there's a bonus with me is that I also write poems, so people get free poetry as well. So a range of experience that I can bring, as well as passion, commitment, and the fact that I do believe in the meaning of public servant. I'm one of those diehards where I believe, like yourselves, up late at night doing the work for the country. I believe in serving the public. So I hope that broad question has answered the first one. The second one is the big challenge in print media in general, but in particular for the small community presses and the implications thereof, the move to digitization. I think there's twofold. One I had already answered in relation to the state could, for example, do set-asides to enable procurement of printing, where the printing presses can be used, which would then cross-subsidize the public mandate of producing local community news. For example, partnerships with a range of local businesses, TVET colleges, etc., all of that, assisting with that. But digitization, it's a big challenge, and the balance to maintain the existing technologies and what some would call older technologies, and to move into 4IR, into the future. For example, it's critical to maintain that balance as much as we are planning for and moving into the future. When I speak at universities, there are always young students toy-toying, like we used to do when I was young, in the 80s and so on. And then they are calling for land. And I challenge them and I say, yes, so yeah, you're going to get a sod of soil, including here in Cape Town. As you know, we've had this drought here in Cape Town, for example. I'm saying, yeah, you have this dry piece of land. What you going to do? You can't grow anything with it. You don't have any water. However, Elon Musk and his pals, they are, in their own language, colonizing space. They are colonizing Mars. Should we not also be looking towards staking our claims to space? So yes, we do want a clod of soil, a piece of land. It is our right, our hereditary right. But we must also be looking to the future and where other visionaries are making mint while we are snoozing, ma'am. I hope that's answered your second question.
Chair?
Honorable Kubeka.
No, thanks.
Honorable Kubeka.
I'm done, Chair. You can hear me?
No, all I'm asking is that, can you hear? I can hear you, but
Yes.
can the members hear me? That's all I'm asking. As I said, there's a problem with network connection this side.
No, we can hear you.
You are very,
Yeah,
you
you're
are
fine,
very
Chair.
clear.
All right.
No, we're fine, Chair. I think the network is tired.
Questions having been answered, as I said, on my side, I would not be asking questions. It's just to get some clarity if I didn't hear you well. With the experience in SABC, as a board member there, vis-a-vis what happens in the community media space, where there are financial difficulties in both. Maybe if you can just bring back that point on how do you look at sustainability of the community media versus what you have now. And as I say, it's currently the same experience with SABC, which needed bailouts and so on. If you can just elaborate that point, that would be fine with me.
Yes, generating revenue, Chairman, is a very good question. And the SABC has a public mandate which it tries to deliver on. For example, diverse languages. It's a radio station in Platfontein which serves the San community there. A very small minority language is spoken there, where other San communities, for example, don't even speak the same language. And the proposal is that small Platfontein radio station should move from Platfontein near Kimberley to Bloemfontein. And there are challenges in relation to managing of budgets, to managing exactly one's public mandate. What would it mean for the radio station supposed to be located in the middle of Platfontein to move to Bloemfontein, and for the people who staff the radio station to move to Bloemfontein, far away from their indigenous communities, etc. So generating revenue and managing budgets is a challenge for us, even at Parliament, in non-profits, etc. I want to say that I think that community media have been doing remarkably well given all the challenges and constraints. Because I haven't heard of them asking for or receiving large bailouts and the challenges that engenders. So that I think that they are less big, so they are more mobile. They're able to be more adaptable, to make more use of different opportunities, entrepreneurial opportunities that isn't as easily available for a larger institution of national scope. So I think there is bigger opportunities available to community and local media than there is, for example, for a national broadcaster in delivering on the public mandate. I must say that the critical part of the community media is the public mandate, which is the promotion and protection of diversity in the country. So, I'm not sure, Honourable Chairman, whether I've answered your question. But it's a...
Yes, you've answered the question as I asked. But then that takes us to almost the end of our engagement, as honourable members would have all asked the necessary questions, and you've responded to those. I will give you now an opportunity before we finally close the session, a minute for you to make your departing point to the subcommittee for consideration.
Thank you very much, honourable members. I have appreciated the opportunity, and it's been growthful, and I've learned a lot through engaging with you. I want to say that I'm a community person, immersed in communities as diverse as those are, the ones I come from, the diverse communities in my heritage. I'm diverse. And in my outlooks, I'm diverse and respect those diversities. So I'm grounded in the Constitution and in our imperatives to seek unity in the diversity and to unite our people through and across that diversity. And I am also simultaneously delighted to serve the public, to serve my communities, just as you are. And so I am always ready to serve whenever called upon, whether it is to do the laundry at home or in other spaces. I'm always ready at your service. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Muthian. Honorable members, I think we have now come to a point of closing. Thanks, Ms. Muthian, and I would say
Chair.
Yeah, definitely the data is tired now.
Chair.
I agree with
Come back. You must come back. Oh, he must come back.
You see, when other people are contesting, when we talk about network coverage.
Yeah.
Because they stay in the middle of Cape Town.
Yeah, Temkosi, bring back our chair. Bring back
it
our
is
chair.
terrible.
There he is. There he is.
When we talk about 266, they don't understand.
no, I'm back. So
Thank you, Chair.
It's good. It's good that we experience this thing so that you understand when we want you, Sasa, to leave.
Precisely.
All right. No, but thanks, honorable members, for
Chair.
your patience and also.
There you go again.
The chair is falling.
The chair must just switch off his camera and talk.
No, when he comes back, he must just appoint the acting chairperson so that we
I think since my case is the man that is
right in Gauteng.
Yeah? I can speak on his behalf, Honorable Kubeka. Lalapans.
Honorable Kubek.
Temkos.
Yes, honorable member, don't you want to release the candidate? I think the chair has
Yes, I think let's thank the candidate, honorable members, release her, and then in order that we must just left with the issue of struggling for our chair, Temkosi must bring back our chairperson. Thank you very much for your patience.
Thank you.
I think everything you'll get it from the secretary, Temkosi, whatever information that it needs to follow, and then you will engage with Temkosi. Thanks very much, Mayor Benedict.
Thank you and good night, honorables. Thank you very much. Good night.
Good
night.
A follow-up. Are you trying to find, or you want? I can't, because now I just wanted to check, is there any maybe a message that we were supposed to receive, because tomorrow it's a sitting and we need to continue, but I'm sure Tembinkosi, you've managed to apply for us in order that we must continue. Meanwhile, the sitting is there. Maybe we can go to the sitting earlier, being released, in order that we must prepare ourselves for the interviews for tomorrow. So if there is nothing at Tembinkosi, let me appreciate and thank all the members.
Honorable yourself as the acting chairperson.
I like that.
Thank you.
No, I like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, don't play with power.
No, there's something called taking initiative.
Yes.
The collapse must be something that takes it up. But because I'm sure you can clarify this point that we have been exempted as members of the subcommittee.
Chair, there was no taking of initiative. There was a coup happening here. And we just managed to come back on time.
Okay. There are many coups that have happened before and still. Okay, but Tembikosi, my understanding is that we are exempted.
Okay.
Yes,
so that we are able to start the interviews on time.
Yes, Chairperson, we are exempted from tomorrow is the Social Services and Governance cluster, of which we don't fall within it. And we have a long marathon day tomorrow, Chairperson, because we're sitting from 3 till 9 in the evening. So we still proceed as such, Chair.
That's why it's good not to be in Cape Town, because there will be food. Now you can cook for yourself. Honorable members, before I also get disconnected again, let's say from my agenda, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Right? Now the weather is terrible.
What time does the plenary start to change?
And tomorrow is going
to at 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
So we start also at 3, so we are not going to, okay.
Yes, that's why I was saying we're exempted from.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Yes.
It's raining in Gauteng.
I know it's cold.
No rain. It's
windy. Okay.
Windy.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
No, thank you very much.
So you must
see you tomorrow
afternoon on the far side of Gauteng.
Yeah, remember I'm in the west. Remember I'm in the west.
The Wild West. We don't go there.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Thank you so much. Chair must explain why you called my Josie comrade. Bye.